Good morning. Welcome to Sewing Street. How is everybody on this lovely Tuesday morning? I was going to say that we've had a little less manic morning, but I think it was even crazier than yesterday's morning. We've got a brilliant show, and honestly, she's one of my favourite guests. Sarah is in with us today, and she is so lovely. She looks amazing as well. She's wearing a dress that she made herself. Her dress is gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. So we've got loads coming up today, which I'll tell you throughout the show. Let's start, as we always do, with our early bird special. Big discount on today's early bird as well. And I can't remember ever doing cotton canvas as an early bird, which is good. So you've got three beautiful complementing colours, whether you're choosing to use them together or whether you're choosing to use them, separately in different projects. They're so useful, especially for bag makers, actually. You're saving £3. They are extra wide. They're already brilliant value to say that, let me show you how much fabric you get. But to say, I mean, look, they are really, really wide. They've got beautiful quality. They're not like our normal solids. They are heavyweight. They're a cotton canvas. When I think of canvas, I generally think of, canvas that you paint on, like quite a stiff fabric that you paint on. Whereas this is completely different. It's so, so soft and beautiful, but it's got more structure than your quilting cotton. So this is going to be perfect, as I say, for bag making, for bag basing. It's going to make really lovely, strong straps as well. This hour we are focusing mainly on sort of like bag. In fact, no, we're not. We've got loads coming up. We've got a bit of a bag making section. We've got a few little bag making bits and bobs, but we've also got loads more. We're focused on bag making. No, we're not. No, we're not. Just retract that. So half a metre it's like a corally pink. It's really beautiful. Half a metre of your grey and half a metre of your lavender. So you're getting 1.5 metres of cotton canvas for £8.97. Not just bag making. Lovely for homewares as well. This would be really, really lovely for a applique. This would be great for cushions. You can use it for all sorts of homewares. This would be really nice. You can use it still in your patchwork, but just be aware that it is obviously a heavier weight cotton, 100% cotton canvas. Debbie absolutely loves the quality of our cotton canvas. Whenever she does a bag making show, you will often see these. They're gorgeous. And what amazing value for money. Bearing in mind, half a metre is equivalent to 2 fat quarters, but these are extra wide, so you're getting big sizes. Let me open them up, all of them up, so you can see just how much fabric you are getting. Now we've got this lovely big studio. We've got so many treats, by the way. Normally, we'd go straight to menu after this, but I've got another really, 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 really exciting product to show you. In fact, we've got a brilliant day today. I'm going to go as far as saying this is one of the best days that we've done, I think, in the new studio. It's brilliant. This is such a lovely colour combination. Do you know what? You're my favourite. You're my second favourite person in the gallery, Hannah. So you got half a metre of coral pink, half a metre of your lilac, and half a metre of your grey for just £8.97. And look at just how soft it is. It's not stiff. It's going to be great for bag bases, for bag bodies, for linings. Sorry, today's going to be in association with bag making. No, it's not. No, it's not. I do love them. For cushions and applique, for backgrounds on applique, they'd look really beautiful. In fact, can I just give you a little bit of a sneak peek of what we're going to do next? This would look gorgeous with all three colours. Did you watch yesterday's show? So that's today's early bird special. Check out as soon as you can. Remember, it's only one postage and packaging all day, and trust me, you are going to want to make the most of the fact that you only pay one postage and packaging, because your baskets are going to go wild today. It's going to be brilliant. So normally, right now, I'll be telling you what's coming up throughout the day, but we've got something very exciting. Yesterday's show, we did a beautiful quilt with Catherine, and we were talking about Tula Pink. It was so popular in the jelly roll, and I said, I don't think we've had any other pre-cuts. We came off air, we've not seen any, and we came off air and we said, have we got anything else in stock? And we begged and we pleaded with the warehouse team to send us the charm packs. Now, as far as I'm aware, they've not been to air. Don't quote me on it, because I know that me and Hannah are here quite a lot, but we haven't seen these. Paul, have you seen these? Let me show you. They are absolutely beautiful. No, Paul's not seen them either. Okay, this is from the True Colours range. They are gorgeous charm packs. Yesterday we had the jelly roll. Paul, oh, I saw the jelly roll yesterday. Today we've got the charm pack, the 5-inch charm pack. I'm opening this up because it's just gorgeous. So, are you ready? 42 pieces. Wait till you see the price. $19.99. That's why we couldn't not treat this like another early bird. This is so good. This was supposed to be on, I think, next week, but Hannah's got another week off now. So she says, I couldn't not be here with the Tula charm pack because we absolutely love this fabric. The colours are gorgeous. Right, so Hannah wants this for she's off for a week doing just some homework. Not homework, like what's it called? Housework at home for the week. She's just at home and she's saying, I want to do some English paper piecing with this. So I've got to put it on air so that then I can make the most of it as well. These are beautiful, aren't they? They're stunning quality Tula. And we are so lucky to be able to have the relationship with Tula Pink that we do. Teamed up with Free Spirit, so of course the quality is phenomenal. All of these 5-inch squares are absolutely precision cut. They'll be great for English paper piecing. You could do some really lovely, even if you were just to piece them together, it'd look great. You could do so much with 5-inch squares though. Have a look on Pinterest, have a look online, have a look on the internet and see, because there's always a huge following for Tula Pink. So whenever she releases any new fabrics, lots of people give us so much inspiration of what to do. But look at all of this. £19.99 for your 5-inch charm packs. 42 pieces, all complementing colours. I love these ones. Do you know the ones with the little birds? They're so pretty, and they're all in different colours. The ones with your the rainbow colour. These ones are called Fairy Dust, which, oh, Fairy Dust Ball! Look at Fairy Dust, this is so pretty. 42 5-inch squares for $19.99. This is so gorgeous. Those hexes are awesome. You've got some blues as well, going through all of these rainbow colours. They looked phenomenal, just with a white background, with an ivory background. In fact, you could pick any colour out of your stash and it's going to go with it, isn't it? Just $19.99. I could sit here for the whole hour talking through different ways of using this. They are stunning quality. There's another Fairy Dust. Love that rainbow of colour. How stunning are they? So we couldn't wait. If you're watching online, if you can see these on the website, snap them up. Only one post in packaging. They are later on down on the website because we moved them. We weren't supposed to have them, so we grabbed them straight away. Absolutely take advantage of those because they are stunning. We always love Tula Pink. I know there's a huge following, and getting it here in the UK is sometimes quite a challenge. You would potentially need to pay quite a hefty shipping charge to get them over from America. So it is brilliant that you can get them with £3.95 postage and packaging. 42 stunning 5-inch squares. Speak to the customer service team, 0800 001 4433. If you want to secure these, add them to your order with your early bird as well. They'd look beautiful with all of your cotton canvas pieces as well. So coming up today's show, as I said, it's going to be one of those days. We have got so much to bring you. We've got another brilliant offer, which I'm going to be talking to you about in just a second. But let's have a look at what's coming up today. So must-have gadgets coming up. Bit of bag making, bit of felting, some William Morris, and the most almighty sewing machine deal, which we are launching today. And I've got a feeling that it's only going to last today. And then at 9 o'clock, we've got the most beautiful Lewis and Irene charm pack quilt. I think it's one of my favourites of the year. I love it. It's so beautiful. And all the charm packs from Lewis and Irene that are coming up in that show are brilliant. 10 o'clock. I've never seen so many kits. This morning, we must have unpacked about 50 kits. We are going to whiz through as many projects as possible at 10 o'clock. So have us on speed dial ready for that one. And 11 o'clock, we're going to welcome Sarah back. And we've got a really, really beautiful project featuring the probably one of the most popular panels that we've launched, which was the Hello Poppet and the Staffordshire mantelpiece panels. We've got the fat quarters. I know over the weekend I was saying sneak peek, we're going to be launching them soon. It's today at 11 o'clock. If you want to be there, whether you're getting involved in the kits or you want the panels on their own, we've got them both at 11, and then we're going to be repeating yesterday's 8 o'clock show at midday. So as I say, this hour, I want to talk to you about one of the machines that we've used majority of the day since we've been here in our new studio, which is the Elna 550. I know a lot of people over the last few months have taken up sewing since the start of the year, or maybe dusted off an old sewing machine that they've had in the loft, or borrowed a sewing machine off a relative, a loved one, and they probably needed to give it back by now. But so many of my friends, lots of my family, the amount of phone calls that I've had of troubleshooting sewing machines has been crazy, and I love that. I love the fact that everybody's getting into this craft and getting into this skill. What has taken a massive hit though is not only Elna, but we were talking to Gary last week and he was saying we couldn't make sewing machines quick enough over the last 6 months. It's been so busy, of course, everybody wanting to take up a new craft, a new skill, something that's quite mindful as well, and something that's really useful. But the manufacturers have really, really struggled to keep up with the demand. So we're very, very lucky that we have the relationship with Elna that we do, that we've managed to get quite a big number of these ready to go in stock. They will come directly from Elna, but we've done a brilliant deal to get it at the most brilliant price. Now, I had a look last night, I had a bit of a look online, and I saw this exact machine for £550 elsewhere. So we've already got a brilliant price. But today, before I go into the features and functions of the machine, let me tell you about the offer. So Hayley, who is our head of TV, you can thank for this. She just said, I wanted to do something brilliant. The price is already amazing on the machine. It's the most affordable machine that we offer. But she's added in some of your favourite bits and bobs, which total up to £55, including Handmade Touch, a beautiful book which has got bag making, it's got quilting, it's got little pet gifts and things like that. Oh, Kat's getting her dog today. She'll be wanting to make all of the little cats and dogs. Oh, it's so cute. All of the different little makes in here. So you've got some beautiful projects to be getting on with in your book. There you go, little colours. If you've been thinking, oh, potentially lost my sojo and want to get it better, then this is going to be a brilliant book to go on with. You're also going to get 2 of our exclusive panels. So you're going to get the design roll with all of these beautiful colours, spots and gingham print. You've got lovely florals in there. That's been one of the most popular since we launched back in February. And then we've also got I'm going to just shimmy this to the side here. We've also got this panel, which was your flower of the month. Oh, no, sorry, it wasn't. It's the Christmas one. It's the Christmas special panel. So this is your flower of the month, which is your Christmas special. It's your wreath panel, which is perfect time of year to be receiving this one, isn't it? To be getting ready in time for Christmas, 12-inch square. So then you've also got, doesn't stop there, you book your panels, some free little snips as well, always handy to go alongside your machine, and some extra bobbins which you can use with your Elna machine. So they are fantastic. Ready to go. So let's talk about the 550 and why so many of our guest designers asked to use this. It's one that I find is really, really user friendly. It's the only machine that we offer you under £500, and the reason is because we want you to be able to achieve all of the projects that we do on the show. Yes, you can get a machine for £150. Yes, you can get a machine for £200. Would we bring them on air? Potentially not, because I don't want you to then have to come back to us in 6 months and say, I've outgrown it, I'm ready to, to purchase again. We want something that is going to keep you, making, and you're going to enjoy making, you're going to get the results that you want. So we want to make sure that you've got that reputable brand. Elna is a brilliant brand that have been producing sewing machines for over 80 years now. With the 550, this is a really great transition for anybody who maybe hasn't used a computerized sewing machine before and is making that leap to a computerized machine, because it's really user friendly. It's not going to scare anybody off who's a bit worried about taking that transition into a computerized machine. And when I say computer, please don't let that put you off, because it's, as I keep saying, so user friendly. It will just take out that hard work for you. So at each stitch, it will readjust to its recommended stitch width and stitch length. It will move the needle across. It will tell you what foot you need to put on. It will still give you a huge array of stitches. You've got 50 different stitches on that flashcard that pulls out to the side, so quick and easy to access, to be able to see all of those different stitches. It's everything you need as well. If you actually do a bit of a survey around you and your crafting friends and say, right, what are your most used stitches? They probably are going to list less than 10, probably. I mean, on here you've got some great utility stitches, you've got a selection of zigzags, you've got your lightning stitch, you've got over edge stitch, you've got a selection of buttonholes, you've got some quilting stitches, some applique stitches, you've even got some decorative stitches on here. So I mean, it is brilliant that I still think you're not going to get bored of those stitches. I also know a lot of people who own some of the more expensive Elna machines, the machines that are more advanced, that are over £1,000, who have this machine as their second machine. So maybe you have got a studio. I know quite a few of our guest designers who come in who have got a studio and then they have a machine at home, or whether you've got a second home, a caravan, or you like to take it to a relative's, a bit more of a portable machine. Personally, I don't have a dedicated sewing space, so this machine is perfect for me because I sew on the dining room table. I can easily put this away. It's nice, and when I say light, it's not going to be bouncing around the table. It's still a robust machine, but it's easy to put away. When it's dinner time, you need to clear the dining room table. It is something that is going to be easy to store away. So we talked about the 50 stitches. You've got lots of stitches on here. We also talked about going through and how easy it is to navigate through. Now, I don't want to mess this up too much because I know Sarah's already said this, but it's so easy. We'll remember this. So if I'm going through, it goes through in tens first. So this is on number 6. It will go to 16. 26, you guessed it, 36, and can you see that it's changing letter? So this one's telling me that I need my F foot on. Number 36 looks a real fancy stitch. I'm not quite even sure what that is. It looks like a quilting stitch. So you need to, I love the fact that it is so user friendly. It will tell you exactly what foot you need to do for the stitch required. You have lots of different features and functions, but can you see that it's adjusting to its recommended stitch width? So with the one that Sarah's picked, she's got quite a small stitch. I can make that bigger. That will go right up to a 5 stitch length. I'll take that down to a 1. You can also, well, you know, if you want to do a smaller stitch, maybe if you're wanting that perforated edge on a foundation paper piece project, That's going to be ideal. Maybe if you want a larger stitch for basting, for tacking in place, if you want your larger stitch, then that's perfect. If you want to adjust your stitch width, you can do it really easily. Again, up to this time a 7. A 7 stitch width is your maximum. So if you're doing zigzags, even though I say there's 50 stitches, actually you can override its recommended stitch width and stitch length to you know, different stitch widths. So some of those satin stitches are going to look completely different. This machine, it doesn't come with a walking foot, but those of you that have watched our demos, you've probably heard me saying quite a few times, it's handling all right, that walking foot, isn't it? It's handling all right. Quite often they haven't needed to put one on. You can purchase one for this machine. You can get one through Elna. There's no problem with that if it is one that you need, if it's a foot that you need. It's not like, oh, do you know what? Sometimes I've found more affordable machines, you can't get upgrades to other feet, and you have to go and purchase a new machine, whereas actually no, this one you still have chance to grow with, which is brilliant. It comes with an array of different feet, which we'll go through in just a second. Just moving to these different speed dial buttons, I like to call them. So here you've got your variable speed control. Like with some of the more expensive machines, have a look at machines on the market that are under £500. Does it have a variable speed control? Does it have things like a locking stitch, a needle down button option, your reverse? Can you use it with or without a foot pedal? It's features like this that I think actually set this apart, and I don't necessarily expect with a machine with a budget of £500. So that's why it's brilliant. You get a 2-year warranty through Elna. Have a look as well if you are shopping around. Does yours come with an extension table? Because this does. You'll get an extension table. You get a huge array of feet and accessories that come as standard, which we shall go through if Paul's got the slide there. Also, you can take this off and you can use the free arm if you're doing sleeves, if you're doing trouser legs, if you're doing bag making, you can sew in the round. Inside here, you've also got some storage, so you can keep your feet and your bits and bobs in there ready to go. So the feet that you get with this machine, oh, well, all of your accessories. You get your 1/4 inch foot, which is brilliant for piecing. You get your automatic buttonhole foot. You get a blind hem foot stitch foot, which is brilliant because actually that takes it to another level. I was when you start sewing, you get a lot of people who ask you to do some adjustments on their trousers or on their garments at home. And my sister asked me to turn up her trousers, but she didn't want to see the stitch line. And I'd never even used my blind hem foot. I saw it and didn't really know what it does. And I had a look through my manual and I managed to do it. And it adds such a professional finish. So you get a blind hem foot in there. You also get 4 bobbins, but remember today with your you get your freebies, you also get all of these bobbins. That sounds silly, but Jane from Elna, she always advises to use Elna or Janome bobbins with a Janome or Elna product. They're the same, they're under the same umbrella, they're the same company basically, which, yes, you can get more affordable bobbins. But your machine sometimes doesn't always love them. I would stick with the same manufacturer, so that's why we put extra in for you with the free bundle today, which, you know, we don't want you to break in your machine because then you won't carry on sewing and therefore you won't be buying with us. So yeah, we want you to buy quality. We want you to be able to have something that's going to last. We want you to be really happy with the finishes on your products and on your garments. So as I said, extension table, amazing. I know that Hannah bought a machine quite similar to this, same sort of price from Elna, didn't get an extension table. You get an extension table with this. So if you're doing things like quilting, if you're doing any dressmaking on it, if you're doing bag making, anything that's going to support that needle bed even more is always going to be a winner. It's so easy to put on and off as well. You get a hard cover with it. Oh, let's go back to feet, in fact. So you get an over-edge foot, which I think, can you see the stitch here? There's 4 stitches that are, again, like your speed dial buttons on the front of the machine, really easy to access. One of them's a straight stitch. one of them's a zigzag. This to me looks like that over edge stitch, which if you were to put your over edge stitch on, gives you like that overlocker finish for dressmakers. That's brilliant. And you get a buttonhole. So that's a brilliant little key feature to be able to have those quick access buttons on there. You also get satin stitch foot, so you can do some lovely applique. You get your standard foot, you get a zipper foot, brilliant. You get all of your basics like your screwdriver, your seam ripper, your lint brush, all of that sort of thing as well. You do get spare needles, you get a hard cover, you get your manual, which is brilliant. And also what I love about this is, yes, you get a really great user-friendly manual, but they're also a brilliant customer service team that are based here in the UK. So you can pick up the phone and speak to Elna. It comes with a 2-year warranty, and that is direct from Elna. If you are purchasing anything today, if you manage to get the Tula or if you manage to get the early bird, just so you are aware, it will come separately. It will arrive separately. Your stuff will, your other products will come from us, and your machine will come direct from Elna. Just so you know, I spoke to Hayley yesterday when she was putting this bundle together, and I said, right, okay, how long is this going to last for? And she said, you'll be lucky if this is on tomorrow, put it that way. So I don't want to rush you or to press you, but if you were at that point where you've seen this machine over the last couple of weeks, we've been talking about it a lot, and you're thinking, do you know what, I'm ready to make that plunge. I've been borrowing my neighbour's machine for the last 6 months. I want my own, or I'm ready to make that step to a computerised machine, or maybe I want a second sewing machine now. I think the proof is in the pudding when some of our customers that come here and have the machines that are over £1,500 still come and purchase this one as their second machine and love it. I also know lots of our guest designers who come in and specifically ask for this machine. Sometimes some of the more computerized spaceship machines, don't get me wrong, are absolutely fantastic, but you don't always need all of those features and functions. Sometimes you just want it to do a straight stitch and do it well, and this machine, of course, it's going to do that. When you've got that Elna brand, you can rely on that reputation. So if you've got any questions about it, please, please, please message in. studio@sewingstreet.com is the email, studio@sewingstreet.com. Of course, drop us a message on Facebook as well. If I can answer it, I will. I'll be talking at it throughout today. So just a reminder, today, the offer. And I'm not going to say for today only, because I hope I get to talk about this throughout the week. But if they all sell out today, we've got a set number of these machines that we're allowed to give this offer away with. So if you do want it with £55 worth of goodies, now is the chance to take advantage. And remember, that is 20 books, 20 projects in your handmade touch book, sorry. Your little Janome snips. You also get your plastic bobbins. You also have your lovely wreath panel, and you get your strips. But I can't hear you. Well, I can hear you, but I'm just talking, so I'm choosing not to listen to you at the moment. I think they're just asking me about teas and coffees and breakfast and things. No, thank you. I'm all right. I've already had 2 cups of tea today. In fact, I've got a cup of tea here, thank you. Before it goes cold. Oh, gulp. Okay, so, sorry, I hate it when you hear people gulp. I was going to say swallow, but you know what I mean. It's loud, wasn't it? Okay. I know lots of people are speaking to the team about the machine. As I say, if you've got any questions for me, please get them in. If I can answer them, I absolutely will. And if I can't, then I will find out for you. Oh, do you know something else that I haven't mentioned, which was brilliant about this machine? You know, sometimes if you're, especially as it's getting darker, I struggle to thread the needle. You've also got an automatic needle threader with this. There it is, sorry, pulled the wrong one down. That's your automatic needle threader. It has a really, really easy, where's my foot? So if I clip the back, you can change the foot really, really easily. You can drop the feed dogs if you want to do free motion with it. You can drop the feed dogs. So let me put this back on for Sarah, because I did say to her I wouldn't mess this up too much for her if she comes back with no foot on. There we go, won't be happy. Oh, Paul's singing, drop the feed dogs to the theme, the tune of Who Let the Dogs Out. Who dropped the feed dogs? Who? That's what he's singing in my ear. Things I have to put up with there Tuesday morning. I tell you, he's back though. He's back. He's got the hang of all 5 robotic cameras. So, well done, Paul. Right. It's still difficult, he's saying. It's still difficult. He's still struggling. Should we talk about William Morris? Oh, yeah. In fact, those of you that are checking out on the machine, do you want the most affordable sewing machine bag ever? This is such great value for money. The price on it is crazy. In fact, I still think this price is wrong. Are you ready to see this? It's really beautiful quality. It's got feet on the bottom. You can wipe this clean. It's got a pocket at the front, which is going to be brilliant to keep your foot pedal and bits like that. And it's £12.99. I have no idea how it's that price. You can fit your 550 in it, absolutely, and you can fit extra fabrics and bits and bobs in there as well. 560 fits in at a squeeze, but, oh, sorry, your 680, do you mean? 680, you can fit in at a squeeze, but you're probably not going to be moving your 680 around so much, are you? It is a more heavy machine, whereas this one is, I think, really portable. It's great to be able to have on the move. You've got 2 zips open nice and flat. As I say, it's beautiful quality. When Hannah and I did a bit of research of similar bags in department stores, we were looking over £35. We were looking at 30 to sort of £45. So this is great, isn't it? What about for Christmas? That pocket, keep your pattern instructions in there, keep your manual, your foot pedal, your power lead. It's got really lovely storage in there, but you'll definitely fit your 550, your 560, any of those Anna machines in here with lovely room. So that's just £12.99. I think if you're making that saving today and you're getting all of your freebies, definitely make the most of that price. That is such a good deal. Okay, for this. Oh, in fact, this was the one that we were looking at. I looked at a bag, a similar size. This is John Lewis. It's a different fabric. And it's a wipeable fabric. Ours is still kind of like splash proof, isn't it, wipeable? But if this is where you're looking for this sort of size sewing machine bag with a pocket, ours is fully lined, as is theirs. And theirs is how much? Couldn't see that, £32. £32, see what I mean? We're at £12.99. And it's got a lovely strap with a Velcro handle. The value is brilliant. Only 1 postage and packaging all day today. I also was going to mention the dimensions are on the web. Have a look in the description and you'll be able to see. The length, 46 centimetres. You see my face having to think about which one the length was. Length. Width, which is the depth, 20 centimetres from here to here. And the height from here to here is 30 centimetres. It's like that, wasn't it? Right. Okay, so that's your hobby gift craft bag, which is the most affordable that we bring. We've got one similar that is over £40 actually, haven't we? So that's so good. Hi, Jackie. Oh, I'm so sorry if you missed the Tula Pink Charm Pack. That wasn't the early bird. Can you believe it? It was so affordable. That was such a special. It's completely sold out. The early bird is the cotton canvas, 1.5 metres of cotton canvas for less than £10. A metre and a half of cotton canvas for less than £10. I've been listening to Paul too much. 1.5 metres. Okay. Oh, right, so talking about designer fabric, does it get any better than William Morris back quarters? This is another one that we can do a bit of a price comparison with actually, and I don't generally talk about price comparison, but we found these online for £78. Look at how much lower we are. Bearing in mind, if you go into that department store that we just saw the sewing machine bag, you can find John Lewis or House of Fraser, Debenhams, any of your sort of National Trust places as well. V&A in London sells bits and bobs. If you have a look, I found in a department store a cushion that was William Morris. It was strawberry thief design. So, I mean, you could use this as a cushion front. £60 it was for one cushion. £60. You could make an array of cushions. Oh. Okay, so Hannah's always dreamed of having William Morris wallpaper. It's a fortune. You're looking about a minimum of £300 a roll for William Morris wallpaper, for proper heritage wallpaper. That isn't something that goes through you with time. If you're moving house or if you're changing your decor, it's not something that can stay with you. Whereas a quilt that you can hang on your wall or have on a bed or have over a sofa, it's going to go with you. Excuse me. £59. £59 and 99 pence. You've got 12 fat quarters. That's the size of your fat quarter. They're beautiful, iconic designs as well. So the Strawberry Thief is one of the most famous, and you've got that in the larger scale print and the smaller scale print. You've got it in different colorways as well. So this is the same print again in the blues, smaller scale print. You've also got this one, which is called, Marigold. Marigold you've got in green, you've also got in the cream, you've also got in the blue. The Snake's Head, another very, very famous print. You've got in different colourways. You've got the Strawberry Thief in blue, both different scale prints. There's the Marigold again, and you're getting a spot, which these are all William Morris. Incredible collection. They all work together really well. I know that Rebecca Reed was giving us lots of inspiration when she had this a couple of weeks, when she launched it a couple of weeks ago or last week. Hannah, you've not seen these yet, have you? What do you think? Such great value, isn't it? I'm just thinking if you were to have one of these, this is Paul's favourite. I love the pop of the red. It's so lovely. You had a William Morris book for Christmas when you were 12. Oh, that's how much. Oh, Hannah loves William Morris. That is, oh my word, amazing. But if you were to just have this, or the smaller scale print, and put it into pockets in jeans, or you could change pockets in jackets, or embellish. I know that you could use this obviously for quilting, but there's so much little small gift ideas, little scissor keepers and pin cushions and little toiletry bags. There's so much that you're going to be able to make with this. Yes, you could go for it and do some beautiful quilting, add in some cream or add in some navy blue. You could use this. I know that Rebecca Reed was saying, what about doing, because they all work together so well. You could use one of the smaller scale prints as a binding even, couldn't you? I mean, you don't need to purchase any more fabric. You're going to be able to make loads and loads and loads. We're going to talk about doing some scrappy binding next with Sarah. But if you were to just use this as your main fabric and one of the marigolds as your binding, it's going to look so beautiful. They're all going to work together really well. So they are your fat quarters, 12 fat quarters for just £59.99. And as I say, have a look elsewhere. We found them for £78. So we are very proud of those. I've got a feeling that these could sell out soon. We ordered loads of these. I don't think we'd ever really done fat quarter William Morris. I don't think, no, certainly not since obviously the start of Sewing Street back in February. We've never done William Morris fat quarters, which is so exciting. Morning everybody, how is everyone today? If you're just waking up with us, welcome to the most exciting show today. We've got loads coming up for you. Angie's messaged in, hello. She said, good morning again, yay, in Great Yarmouth. Oh, thank you for your message. Is it sunny again? You got a lovely, beautiful sunny morning today. Very nice indeed. Okay. Let's keep with William Morris. We had these back in and 100 sold again. You're lucky to be seeing these. This is such a great gift. We've got some lovely new books today. We've got a Stuart Hillard book. We've also got Sarah Payne's Quilt School book as well. This one is going to be a really great page marker, little gift for somebody to get yourself a bit organised. I'm also thinking, you know, when our guest designers come in and they come with their pattern pieces and a little note that keeps them together, you can use Wonder Clips or your quilting clips, your all-purpose clips. These are going to be ideal as well, aren't they? or to mark in recipe books or different planners, different guides. Maybe it's a nice gift for somebody who's off to university or starting a new college course, or just somebody that wants to get themselves a bit organised. I know my sister, she normally works in an office in Birmingham, and she's been working at home for the last 6 months. And they've now sort of said to her, bearing in mind she's just kind of been making do, making her own sort of office at home, whereas now they're saying, right, for the foreseeable future, certainly till next year, you'll be working from home. So she's starting to make it more like an office, like making sure she's got all of the bits and bobs to get organised. And this, I think, would be really, really handy. Maybe you know somebody that's working from home. Nice little stocking filler for £3.99. And you've got all of those really lovely prints. You've got daffodil, golden lily, honeysuckle and larkspur. So really, really lovely prints. Let me show you how they work. So you've got a magnet on either side. I'm going to pinch. Oh no, have I got a book under here? From Stuart Hillard. Our poll's up, by the way. Thank you, Elliot. We've asked for more. Is that rude that somebody's just put our poll up and we're like, okay, can we have some more, please? We want more so that we can put up loads of quilts for you. But say you're going through instructions and you're like, right, okay, this is a good one. This one is labelled number, you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you're going through step by step, that is going to stay there, and then you can just drag it down as a reference point without having to ruin your book, without having to, fold pages, or without having to put notes and things in your book. You've got 4 of these lovely magnets, which are going to be brilliant to just mark a page or mark a part in your book of where you are. See, bookmarks are great because you can go like this, but you can't stick them to the page of where you are. If I'm reading a book, I end up having to read the page again because I think, right, okay, I know last night I finished on this page, but I can't remember which paragraph I was on. So these would be really handy even, for reading books. Okay, so that's William Morris. We launched these, Hannah, didn't we? And I think there were about 300 that sold the first showing. We've also got a lovely little manicure set. I think this is something that stays with you, isn't it? I very rarely, need to replace a manicure set. I think this would be such a lovely gift for somebody. I'm just going to open it. No, it's not. Hannah's dad likes a manicure set. Kieran, he's got his manicure set. He asks for manicure set. Hannah's friend, her dad asked for a manicure set for Christmas. She says, yeah, I think that's a thing. Like, my dad's asked for manicure sets before. So this one is your strawberry feet, and it's really, really beautiful quality. It's ever so soft. It's placed beautifully, and then inside you've got a really lovely hardcover, real beautiful quality. Think about how much you could pay for a little pair of scissors and a pair of tweezers, whereas this isn't just the box. You're getting all of these very, very useful bits and bobs as well. Now, you probably can tell from my nails that I haven't actually been back to the nail salon, and it'd be a really, really nice gift for somebody who, are the tools of our trade, aren't they? It's a bit nerve-wracking still sometimes to be able to go back to. We have to look after our hands, so it is important. And also, and your toes, So you've got your nail clippers. You've also got your cuticle trimmers. You've got the lovely, oh no, we spoke about this, and I got into a bit too much detail about my toenails, whereas this, I know, you don't want to know about that again, do you? So I'll just say, if you know why you need a curved pair of scissors for your cutting your toes. Not your toes, your toenails. You do know. Well, you just don't want to cut them really straight. You're supposed to cut them with a bit of a curve. Otherwise your socks get holes in. You got your pair of tweezers. I must say, I am definitely going to get one of these. Kat bought one of these for, I can't really say, someone for Christmas. I don't want to say. Because I'll get into trouble again, which I always get into trouble for telling everybody's secrets on telly. So this one, I think, is like a little cuticle pusher. That's what I'd use it for. Does anybody else use this for something different? It's got like 2 little forks. And then you've also got your nail file as well. So you've got the file at the bottom there. So that's loads, isn't it? For less than £10, it's quite nice to keep in your handbag. keep in the car. It's so annoying when you catch your nail on something when you're out, isn't it? You just think, I just need a little file. And sometimes you just sit picking it. You just wish that you had one, a manicure set in your handbag, especially if you have had your nails done and you don't want to break the rest of your nail or chip it. It's good to just file the end or trim it with your clippers. So they're all very, very popular. These are lovely little gift ideas. So it's lovely to be able to bring those to you, and especially when they've got William Morris print, a little nod to one of our favourite designers. Love that. And it's Strawberry Thief as well, which is always going to be one of the most popular. Okay, what next, Hannah? Let's jump to another beautiful panel. Now this is this month's flower of the month. It is exclusive to us. There's so many different ways. I know that Debbie launched this. What did she make with it this time? A block keeper? Block keeper, that's a really good idea. There's loads you can make. You can make a bag with it. In fact, we've got a bag on the other set, of the other side. You can make cushions with it, obviously. There's lots that you can do with this panel. Wall hanging. They look so pretty. Maybe you know somebody that loves this flower. This is an aster, isn't it? They actually start to bloom, I think, this time of year. So that's what's really nice about it. So you might actually have them out in your garden now. Your aster, they're so pretty. Lovely lavender colour. And then you've also got all of your strips as well. Your 2.5 inch complementary strips, which are all different scales and different prints and different colours, which is beautiful. It's only £9.99, which is great if you've already got, oh, by the way, we've got H640 on the website today. It's coming up later on in the show. Grab yourself some H640 or any of your interfacings that you want to use to make maybe like a nice quilted bag or a block keeper, as Debbie suggested. You also have these lovely little labels, quilted by. How nice are they? Just £9.99. I think that's attention to detail. And it is exclusive to us. Hi, Christina. Good morning. Hi, Vicky. Hi, all at Sewing Street. Hi, guys. Thank you so much for this week's schedule listings. Can you see the whole week then? That's good, isn't it? Oh, in fact, I saw it on my email last night. So if you subscribe to our email, you'll be able to see, like Christina, all of what's coming up hour by hour on the web. So I've seen tomorrow we've got Delphine. Guess who's back on Thursday? Jane Greenoff. So we love Jane. We love Delphine. It's a dream week this week. It really, really is. So I'm really pleased that you've seen that. What else did she say? You're my fix for the morning. Vic's fix. Never has my ironing basket been cleared so easy. You just sit doing your ironing while watching. Yeah, everyone, quite often if my friends don't see me for a long time, they're like, oh, we need our Vic's fix. That's what they say, Vic's fix. It's a thing apparently. Right, so I'm just going to grab my ironing board out and plug this in. So my favourite ironing, this isn't what I'd necessarily do my home ironing with. This is a bit dirty now, but I shall still show you. So this is your Prim Mini iron. When you're starting to craft, when you're starting to sew, I could not believe how important pressing is. It is as important as having your sewing machine in my mind. At every stage you press. And now that be whether you are a bag maker, you're a dressmaker, you're a quilter, you make toys, you make cushions and soft furnishings. No matter what hobby or what skill you use, you will need an iron. Now, I find my domestic size iron, like my normal size iron, like this, is great, but also I can never really get into my seams to open them without getting my hand near the iron. Sometimes when I'm doing smaller projects, I just find that it's too big and bulky, have to get my big ironing board out. I then end up having to do all of my ironing, Christina, which I don't enjoy. There's a difference between ironing and pressing, and I've learned that along the way, but it is incredibly important. So what I love about the Prim Mini iron is I've always had a bit of an obsession with how much I hate travel irons, travel kettles, things like that. It's my room 101 thing. I hate it. Whereas this is the first travel size iron that I've ever found that has got the power of my domestic iron. What I love about it is it's got a really, really long 2-meter cord that's really nice and thick, so you can take it on the move. I know that Hayley's taken this on her holidays before and still done her ironing with her clothes with it. It's got a steam on and steam off button, which not all travel irons have, so you can choose with a click of a button whether you want steam on or steam off. It's got your dial around the front here to change your temperature, so depending on what fabrics you're working with, you can have it on different temperatures. It comes with a little jug which you fill up your water. You can see the maximum level and the minimum level on the front here. It's got a really lovely ergonomic handle with a soft grip, and you can see from the red light here when it is ready to iron. I'm going to grab one of my William Morris fat quarters, because I don't know about you, but sometimes when you get fat quarters home, they can have quite stubborn creases, and before you start cutting, you should always really give it a nice press. Oops. So it does make a difference when you press your fabric before you start cutting. You get more accuracy and you're ready to go. It's got little feet, like Paul. It's got lovely little feet at the bottom as well. So it stands up, which, again, travel irons don't generally have, which can be really frustrating. So if you're needing to just put this onto the side, you can. Now, straight away, I've literally just put this on. I'm going to, whether you choose to use a dry iron or whether you're choosing to use a steam iron, it really quickly and effectively will remove all of those creases, like if I were using my main iron from home. It's lovely, and it glides across your fabric so smoothly. It's very effective. I tell you what, for such a little iron, it's extremely effective. So I like the fact that I can get really close into my seams. I'm going to be able to open any seams up without getting my hand anywhere near them. I love it. It's so different, as I say. It does make a difference when you're working with some of your favourite designer fabrics and you want to just know, I love this colourway, it's so beautiful. But you just know then when you're starting to cut into this, then you're going to get that precision. But I mean, these are really these are tough, stiff creases that you get from fat quarters when you first open them. And actually, look, that is beautiful, really quickly, ready to go, ready to go. It can be quite a pain sometimes, can't it? You can be spending ages and ages trying to get those stubborn creases out. Using different sprays can help, absolutely, best press, etc. But I haven't even used any different pressing sprays and they've come out an absolute dream. So I'll be using this iron throughout the day, as will Sarah. You'll see it in loads and loads of shows. Whenever it's in stock, it's on air. And that's the problem sometimes, is that when they come out, when they do disappear from the stock, it's very difficult to get them back. We've also got, do you want me to show you the ironing rulers? Whilst we're talking about pressing, sometimes, especially if you're dressmaking, I find it quite difficult to get my accuracy in and getting a level and even hem. So these are two little, these are two rulers which I think are brilliant. So there are different options. You can mark your hem and press accordingly. What I love about these is that they are sort of heat proof, so you can use them in conjunction with your iron. A couple of these have already come out, but you can take these little bits of cardboard out of the centre of the holes to do your marking. So if you want to mark it, you absolutely can. They're double-sided, they've got instructions on as well. Whether you're doing cuffs, you're turning up cuffs, whether you're turning trousers up, whether you're getting that lovely hem round a skirt. Let me get my William Morris fabric again and I can show you. It's not like a normal cardboard. I don't actually know what it is, but it's like, it won't melt, basically, it won't melt. So let me say I want a 2 centimetre hem. I'm going to fold that up to the 2 centimetre line. You've got 2 different size cards, depending on whether you're doing trousers, whether you're doing cuffs, depending on how you're doing it. So I've folded that to the line and I can really accurately
get an even hem. Now if I want to do a double fold, which are lovely, there you go, I can just again get my ruler. I'm going to go up to the 2 centimetre line again, fold and press. Whilst it's still in there, you can check you've still got your accuracy as you're going along, and then your hem is there ready to stitch down. So I find that they are really, really helpful. You can do up to 9 centimetres, or again, this way they are double-sided. You can see the instructions on the back of the card, whether you're doing trouser legs, if you're doing any hems, if you're doing cuffs, if you're doing sleeves, if you're doing collars, they're going to be ideal, absolutely ideal. So they're from Prim, which are really great quality, and you can use and use and use them again, over and over and over again. Just £7.99. We got these back in stock, I think at the weekend, I think it was Saturday, and they nearly sold out, so it's the last stock of those. Whilst we'll always get them back in because they're really, really useful, and I know how popular they are, but they're fantastic. Now, just very, very quickly before we get Sarah on, the felting bundle, which we launched a couple of weeks ago with the Crafty Kit Company. I think that's what they're called. Let me just triple check. I'm just going to just unplugging my iron. So these have been incredibly popular. They're just brilliant. I think these would make really, really lovely gift ideas. So in here, I'll try and remember, or I'll ask Hannah very kindly if you'd see when it was on, because it was really, really popular indeed. So we've got an exclusive bundle for you. I think her name was Jo, the lady who was on with us. Don't quote me on that, but these are made up in Scotland. They are so beautiful. The kits themselves have got everything that you need. And this is a bundle where you get the lot. So let me show you what you're getting. This one, which includes your wool, your 100% wool for needle felting. You also get your felting needles. You get your foam mat to work on. You get paper wings for the bees. And then you also get your full instructions. You also get this one, which is like a stash builder felting bundle, basically. This one, you get 80 grams of felting wool, all these different colours. You get 3 needles, reusable tubes. You get 2 foam pads. You get a wooden felting tool in there as well. So you get, that's more of like your stash builder. This is another project. Your baby hedgehog, which is just adorable. We love that hedgehog. And this one comes with real mohair. So you've got your 100% wool for your needle felting. You also then get the mohair fabric, which is a genuine mohair fabric. It's absolutely gorgeous. Your needle and thread, your felting needles, you get your foam to work on, you get your glass eyes for your hedgehog. They're not toys. I mean, these are really, really beautiful ornaments. They are absolutely amazing. This one is the little bunny rabbit, which again is very, very popular. You can do his ears up, you can do your ears down. There's so many different options with them. You can watch back the show where we had the lady demonstrating back, it was Steph, sorry. Jo's the lady, I think, who created these up in Scotland, if I remember right. We had a video from her. If you want to watch the show back with Steph, the 1st of this month, the 1st of September at 9 AM. I can't believe that. I would have said it was about a week ago. So this one, you get your wool for your needle felting, you get your felting tubes, you get your foam to work on, you get your glass eye, and you get your colour instructions. We're not done. You'll also get this one, which is your rainbow. How beautiful is that? And in there you get all of the colours of the rainbow, all of the needle, all of the wool, your white felt, your hoop as well, your needle and thread, your felting needles, your foam pad, and your full instructions. There's also videos. There's also video tutorials on YouTube, which they've done to coincide with each of the kits. But that is a massive saving. You're saving nearly £20, which is, I believe, exclusive to us. So do make the most of that. Yeah, it is an exclusive Sewing Street saving. So if you're thinking of different gifts for people, 5 different people for Christmas ideas maybe, or birthday ideas, they're all packed ready to go, aren't they? With everything that they need, plus lots of instructions. If anybody has, never done needle felting before, it's still going to be something that you could pick up and use. £59.99 with a saving of £17.96. Talking about saving, oh, okay, our sewing machine bundle, already we've got people checking out, which is so exciting, and I'm really pleased. I must say that we have got a limited number of machines that we're able to do the giveaway with. So if you were umming and ahhing, today is the day to get it. You get a saving of £55 worth of goodies, including fabrics, the panels, the snips, the bobbins, and of course, an amazing Elna 550 sewing machine. The goodies will come from us, the machine will come directly from Elna. If you have got any questions about the machine, please, please, please do not forget to get them in for us, and I can answer any questions on that on air. And if I can't answer it, I'll find out from our team. Well done to anybody who's already taken advantage of that offer. It's launched today and it's only until stocks last. We'll be lucky if we're talking about this tomorrow. So do have a serious think about it, but don't wait too long, as it's the only machine that we've got in stock available under £500. So coming up in the next couple of minutes, we've got Sarah and the most gorgeous selection of fabrics from Lewis and Irene, creating such beautiful, beautiful quilts. So do not go anywhere. We're working from a brand new book from Stuart Hillard. We've got gorgeous Sarah who's going to be demonstrating, so do not move a muscle. Check out your baskets, but we'll see you in just a few minutes.
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer, and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying one postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping.
Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw, and as a professional sewer, I really know how important it is to use a high quality thread. Well, you think about it. You spend a lot of money on your sewing machine, you'll spend a lot of money on fabric, and you'll spend a lot of time sewing. So why let your thread let you down? I know a lot of our designers and customers prefer to use Aurifil thread. Now, this is a family business. It was established in 1983 and they're based just outside Milan in Italy. They produce superior quality threads for domestic and professional sewers alike, and they've achieved worldwide success with quilters, sewers, embroiderers and textile artists who all appreciate the versatility and the strength of these threads. It's all made from Egyptian cotton, which is grown just at the side of the River Nile, and Aurifil only use the long staple threads, which gives their thread that strength. Each one of these threads goes through 15 steps before it even gets onto a spool and then comes to you to use in your sewing projects. Now at Sewing Street, we've collaborated with Aurifil and we've brought you two collections of threads. So we have the Quilters collection, and these are exclusive to Sewing Street. We've done a lot of research with quilters, and these are the colours that you prefer to use. So we put a whole collection together for you. The second collection is the Essential collection. So this is for the homemakers, for the bag makers, for the craft sewers, for the dressmakers. And again, these have been proven to be the most popular colours that you're going to use. So if you want your projects to last longer and your seams to be stronger, invest in some quality thread. Did you know that if you shop with Sewing Street, you're only going to pay one lot of postage all day? That's one payment of £3.95, no matter what you're buying. And you can check out as many times as you like without having to pay another delivery charge. So shop online at www.sewingstreet.com, or you can order via our call centre, which is 0800 001 4433.
Hello, I'm Kerry from Living in Loveliness and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
Would you like to take part in our weekly competition? If you do, then all you have to do is head to the Sewing Street fan page group on Facebook. Post your picture of your make. Myself, Debbie Shaw and John Cole Morgan love looking at all of your makes every week. We pick our favourite and announce the winner every Friday live on the show. Happy sewing and good luck. If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Oh, look at this. This is amazing. One of my favourite designs of the week. You'll well, I say of the week, I think of Sewing Street. You'll absolutely love it. We've got gorgeous Sarah joining me today. I'll talk to Sarah in just a minute. We'll go through the different kits in the book because we're looking at a brand new book. This quilt design comes from one of the Stuart Hillard books, which is brand new to us today. You got 100 different creations in here, which is so exciting, isn't it? There's loads of projects. So for anybody who might have lost their sojo, I know I've been talking to quite a few people over the last few weeks who have been saying, do you know what, I've been doing so much sewing over lockdown that I'm now like, right, I don't know what to do now. Whereas getting a bit of inspiration from a physical book, as opposed to, I know there's a lot of different sort of inspiration and things online, whereas there's nothing better than just sitting down with a book and you know, and getting some inspiration. And this one is just stunning. The pictures are amazing. The instructions are brilliant. This is the one that we're working on today, which is your rose petals. And it looks beautiful in the fabrics that we've got for you today. We've got some Lewis and Irene. But I must say, look, there is so much. There is so much. Oh, I love that. There is so much in this book. Value-wise, this is absolutely crazy, if I'm honest. You've got huge amounts of inspiration. Some really, really cool designs as well. Look at that. Union Jack design. There are loads of Christmas ideas, lots of beautiful quilts that then, of course, you could scale down and use as cushions, or you could use for fronts of bags and quilted bags. There's loads that you can do. Christmas rose, using different fabrics. Of course, yes, this is quite festive, using the colours that we're using, but actually using it with some of the Lewis and Irene is going to be completely different. So I absolutely love them. All 100 quilts. And then this section here is like a book in itself anyway, of learning lots of different quilting techniques and different to any other sort of quilting book that I've seen. So useful equipment, yes, we see quite often, and binding, of course, is important. But doing things like a hanging sleeve, we'll talk about hanging up your quilts on a wall. We were talking about it with William Morris earlier, but actually making a hanging sleeve isn't always in every quilting book. Different quilting options, layering, folding, different borders, adding borders, making and using a design wall. Oh, look, the cave one. This is absolutely jam-packed full of tools and techniques. There he is, Stuart Hillard, plus talking about complementary colours, working out which ones are going to go well together, having yourself a bit of a colour wheel. So I absolutely love this book. It's brand new to us today, and already loads of you spotted it on the website this morning and have checked it out. We're working with it, as I say today, all of the templates there at the back, and it will tell you if you need to enlarge any of them, corresponding with your patterns. So it's brilliant, isn't it? £22.95. Simple shapes, stunning quilts that let your fabrics sing, and that's what I absolutely love. Now there's 100 different designs in there. That doesn't really limit you, because once you've got those blocks, you can then take a block and use it for a cushion, or use it, as I say, for the front of a bag. So actually it's limitless. It really, really is. There's so much that you're going to be able to make with this, and changing colorways, we know how much that changes the look of quilts as well. So just by you know, changing the tones and changing colors, you can have one that's quite modern and contemporary and use some of your really traditional colorways, or other way around, have one that looks quite traditional. Using your Tula Pink brand new fabrics that you've managed to get would look incredible. We've got a roundup tool, which you may have seen on air before, and if you've already got one, we didn't want to put it into the bundles because I know that this is a really, really useful creative grid that lots of you have already got. We'll talk to Sarah, as I know that she's actually had a real good look through the book and said, do you know what, it isn't just this one project that you're going to be able to use this, this ruler with. It's actually quite a lot in this book that you're going to be able to use it with. Can do it without this tool, don't worry, but this is going to save you lots of time and less maths. It is going to be harder without it. So if you haven't already got it, there's a lot of things, time-wise, I mean, it's going to be a lot more sort of time-consuming to do it without your ruler. Really, really handy to have. I absolutely love all of Creative Grid rulers. I was messaging, we had messages in yesterday from Geraldine, who says she's lost count of the Creative Grid rulers that she has. I think she's got over 20 or 30, which, do you know, it's one of those things that if you see this project and you love it and you're thinking, right, I really want to do this project, am I going to be able to use this ruler for other projects? The answer is yes. They're called Creative Grids for a reason. There's so many different designs that this is going to help you with, especially as you've got a curve and obviously you've got your angles. So if you think about it, like we said here, you can do circles, you can do like little pie shapes, you can do like petal shapes. So much you're going to be able to do. That's $24.99, and I know that we'll talk through this with Sarah, so if you've got any questions for her, get them in. These bundles are adorable. I love them. So you know how popular yesterday's Tula bundle was, and we sort of said, look, whether you want to make the quilt or not, get that bundle because they're really, really brilliant. I think the same is going to happen today. Do you want to start with the Maya Rose, which is just gorgeous? This is the one that we're going to be working with, so we'll open up and have a look at some of those fabrics with Sarah because they are so beautiful. Look at the detail. Aren't they gorgeous? In fact, am I allowed to open it? Very carefully, I'm being told, which you know, is quite difficult for me. Let's have a go. I am that person that opens a cereal box like that. Not very well. You can't open what? Letters. No, letters I can't. So we've called this a 42-piece charm pack. It's not. It's larger. I know some people call this a layer cake. It is a 10-inch square, a 10-inch charm pack, I suppose you can call them, but they are absolutely beautiful. I know a lot of people call them layer cakes. They're stunning. 10-inch, I mean, they are huge pieces of fabric. You're seeing such a great array of fabrics and colours here. $39.99. You're not just getting this, you're also going to get 1.5 meters of vanilla. You also get 1.5 meters of vanilla. Look at this. It's the first time I've seen this. Look, with the monkeys, you've got the parrots. It's just so cool, isn't it? Oh, I absolutely love this fabric. This is the one, as I say, that we're working with the little hearts. They're all from Lewis and Irene. I must say, Lewis and Irene are a three generation of design. They're 3 generations of designers, and you can tell that it's a really, well, it's a family business. It's something that you can really feel that. It's so nostalgic. You've got beautiful colours. There's so much love and passion that goes into their craft and creating these beautiful, beautiful fabrics. So, I mean, I'm not even sort of halfway through. Look at how many you're getting. There's so many fabrics. It's 42 pieces. This one has always been very, 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 very popular indeed. I think we've only ever seen it by the 1/2 meter in pink. These are all, remember, your 10-inch squares, ready to go. You may know it as a layer cake. As I say, this is the one that we're going to be working with Sarah. But any project, I'm thinking. Because the book is separate, we thought we'll give you free rein, really. There's lots of projects in the book. There's 100 quilts in there. But also I know that a lot of people might have projects already in mind when they're seeing these fabrics. There is so many different colours that all work together really well. Look at that one. Fussy cutting opportunities galore in this. I'm now just whizzing through. I'm skipping a few here, but look at them all. Aren't they just gorgeous? We love the monkey bodies, so cute. So, all of those 42 10-inch squares, plus you're not only getting that, you get 1.5 meters of vanilla, all in the kit for less than £40. Now, the one that I started at the beginning of the show showing on the wall was using this. Oh, I'm thinking for anybody that you know who's got a little child, this is so pretty. And I must say, I don't think we've really shown off how beautiful this is. It's absolutely gorgeous. Look at the animals. You'll love it. Now, whether you're just making somebody's first nursery quilt, a christening quilt, or whether you just love animals, look at them. Hang on. What's this animal here? Is that a slow loris?
I was going to say koala.
A koala. No, I don't think it is a koala. I think it's a slow loris. Is it called a slow loris? Apparently you tickle them, Hannah said.
Very cute.
Oh, so gorgeous. They all work so well together again. We saw that print in the last one. Look at this. The llama, a sloth. What's this? Is that an anteater? We've got a llama. Oh, honestly, we love this. There's a koala, a kangaroo, platypus. Apparently that's the only mammal that lays eggs. Fun fact from Hannah. Thank you. Eagle, bear. Oh, I love them. Love how unusual the animals are as well. It's Lewis and Irene though, isn't it? As I said, there's so much thought that have gone into these. They just give you a bit more, don't they? There's a sloth. You could do different countries, couldn't you? To do a maps of the world fabric. Oh, be really nice. You could applique these into different countries, couldn't you? Shapes of countries. Oh, so many different ideas with it. I just absolutely love it. 42. Look, reindeers. Beavers. They're so cool, aren't they? And we absolutely love this, honestly. And you're seeing, you don't lose any of the elements either when you're cutting these into those petal shapes. Look, the silverback gorilla. So cool. Elephant. Oh, honestly, zebra, giraffe, lion. Your mixes go so well. You got a crocodile, you got a tiger, you got a panda, cheetah. I just love them. And the quality is stunning. When you're looking at designer fabric from Lewis and Irene, you absolutely can't go wrong. Now, I think whenever people want to make this quilt or another quilt, this bundle is going to sell out. It's the first time I've seen these 10-inch squares, and they are stunning. It's saying charm pack on the graphics. Don't forget that these are 10-inch squares. Right, I've given you a little opportunity to check out on these because it's very, 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 very busy. You still also get, remember, your 1.5 meters of, is it vanilla with this one as well? Yeah. Ivory, sorry, with this one. You get ivory with that one. So 1.5 meters of ivory as well, which again goes beautifully. But all of those, look at that. Safari theme. Just whilst you're checking out on this one, we've got some smaller Lewis and Irene charm packs, which sold out last week when they came in. We've managed to get them back in stock. So the Maya one that we've got, the 10-inch squares, we've also got the smaller charm pack, which are 5-inch squares. Still a great size actually to experience those prints. You're not losing any of those motifs. They're absolutely beautiful. 5-inch squares, £12.99. See what I mean? You just can't go wrong. For all of these 5-inch squares, ready to go. You saw all of the prints when I was going through them earlier. They're exactly the same again with your parrot, your monkey, your hearts. They're so beautiful. Can you see why we love these? So I did have the Maya charm pack, and I think Debbie's had them a couple of times, and they completely sold out. So we're really, really pleased that we've managed to get these back in for today's show. Just whilst you're checking out, if you do want maybe some smaller projects to go with, still going to go a long way, especially if you're adding some solids in there. And I think, do you know what, you can actually mix this with any colour and it's going to go really, really well indeed. That's so lovely, quite folk arty actually, some of these. £12.99, that's again designer Lewis and Irene, gorgeous quality for under £13. I've got the chocolate shop, the old chocolate shop. It smells of chocolate. If you do love Lewis and Irene, they are absolutely beautiful. And these are quite wintry without being novelty Christmas, do you know what I mean? So you've got like hot chocolate. Oh, in fact, I know that we're not working with these today, but I do want to have a quick flick through because I've not seen some of these. We've had, you see, the old chocolate shop in by the half metre, but we haven't had the whole range. We've had a few of the different fabrics. So I know that we've seen the hot chocolate one. Sorry, I should have done this before the show really. But let me open it up. So inside here, you're going to get some of the mixes that you saw in the last bundles. But then look, you've also got sprinkles. You've got the chocolates. We've seen the chocolates before. This one I've not seen. Chocolatier. That's nice, isn't it? And they all smell of chocolate. Like literally. They literally smell of chocolate. How amazing is that? I don't know how they do it. And I wonder whether after you've washed them, if it still smells of chocolate or not. Let me know if you've worked with any of these fabrics. Obviously, these ones don't smell of chocolate. It's just these ones. Did you not know this? Oh my word, Hannah, where have you been? It literally... No, this isn't Vicky talking rubbish. Hannah's like, are you making this up? No. Hannah, so whilst you're on your holidays, she's been off for 11 days, we got like beautifully smelly fabric. It smells of chocolate, literally smells of chocolate. Look, the chocolatier. Hannah thought I was going loop-de-loo. No, she's coming out. She's going to take it into the gallery. This will stop your cravings of the Snickers that are in the office.
Not scratch and sniff.
No, you don't scratch it to sniff it. You can literally just genuinely smell it. Right, I'll do one that I haven't put near my face.
It smells like those candles.
Oh, it smells lovely, doesn't it? It's not an overpowering, horrible chocolate smell. It's like really lovely, isn't it?
This is the weirdest thing ever.
It's amazing. Honestly, we all had this moment. Delphine came in and she was pressing it and she says, right, am I going crazy? But I can smell chocolate really strong. And we just thought, yeah, you're going crazy. And then we realised that, no, actually, we Googled it and it does. It literally is smelly chocolate. Fab, isn't it? So, there you go. So, right, I'll be very, very quick because we want to get over to Sarah. The last charm pack, just keep checking out this one. Again, sold out. It's going crazy, crazy, crazy on the phone lines, on the web. These, again, are all 42 charm packs. This is the one that's the Greek word, which I can't say. Oh, who was it that managed to say this? Paul, I swear it was you, wasn't it? Or was it Joe? Philosophile. Philosophile? You've got your lovely checks, your seahorse. They're lovely and nautical. These are actually really, really beautiful. I don't want to open them all up. I know that we've done this before, so check out as soon as you can. It's back in stock and it's only £12.99, all 42 again. 5-inch squares. Now the bundle, remember, that we're working with is this one. It's going to be your main graphic. I'll let you know if it changes. It's the most popular. It's your Maya 10-inch charm pack, 10-inch or layer cake, whatever you want to call it, plus then 1.5 meters of your vanilla for £39.99. I love them, absolutely love them. No, I'm not smelling them all. I'm not smelling them all. I'm sure that one doesn't smell. Right, should we go over and say hello to Sarah? How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Oh,
Good.
it's so good to have you back. And I must say, we are loving all of these fabrics.
I know, they're gorgeous. They absolutely are gorgeous. But the good news is that to make the quilt, you only need half of the pack. So you've got half to work with and half to stroke and keep.
Oh, nice. Especially with the book, actually, because there's so many projects in here that you could have a go maybe at another one. couldn't you?
But yeah, you will be spoilt when you're looking at them. It's like, oh, I don't want to cut into them. But so it's always good to know that you can just split the pack in half, put it to one side for later, and then you're just working with half. So.
Brilliant. Oh, it's so lovely to have you back. You haven't been in our new
I
studio yet.
know,
What do you
all
think?
this space, I love it, It's great, yeah.
You look gorgeous. Can we have a bit
thank
of respect for amazing Sarah's dress?
Oh,
Came in,
well-
I was like, where on earth is that from? I love it.
Yeah, well,
Amazing.
it's Sewing Street, yes.
Brilliant.
Angela, we think it's a Therese dress.
It's one of Angela
Yes,
Presley's patterns, isn't it?
Yeah.
Exciting. Paul tried to sell it this morning. He was like, should we put this on the mannequin? Where am I putting this? We were like, you don't know, that's Sarah's dress that she's about to put on to go on television.
We could have just put stood the mannequin here and we could have gone.
No, you stay in. The
thank
pattern is on the website, though. The pattern is on the
Yep.
website. So I know that you wanted to talk about the book. It's brand new in for us today. And
It is, and I thought it's a lovely coffee table book.
Yeah.
Because there's there's 100 designs in here, and so if you're a new beginner, there's something for everybody, because it does give you techniques at the beginning of the book, like most books do.
Yeah.
But it will talk you through terminology and stages. But then literally you've got 100 quilts, which you can follow the instructions for. Now some of them are what Stuart calls virtual quilts.
Oh, what does that mean?
So like the one that we're doing today, in the book, it's actually computer generated on some software packaging, whereas some of the quilts, like this one, is obviously one that's been made and photographed. So I think that's how we can get 100 books in here, because obviously not all of them
There's a lot of
have had
projects.
to be made.
Oh, brilliant. Would you just push that forward slightly?
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's it.
Perfect.
And the other thing is as well, it's got good instructions in, but they are the sort of instructions that will refer you to different pages within the book. So, you know, like in some books, you'll get pictures for every stage. You don't necessarily get that with this, but that doesn't mean that you've not lost anything. It just means you need to flip to the front or the back of the book to follow the instructions. That way, it keeps it all very concise, because obviously with 100 patterns, you know, it'd be about that thick, wouldn't it, if you had pages and pages.
So actually, I think that you'll learn lots of techniques that you will then use again throughout the book.
Yeah,
and
so
create
if
different
you're an
quilts.
experienced quilter, you could look through this and think, oh, right, well, I could mix and match. So you could almost do your own virtual quilt, because you could take elements. In fact, with this, what I was thinking is this would make quite a nice centerpiece that you could then just put some panels around the side, top and bottom, and turn it into a spread for a single or a double bed or something.
Absolutely.
And that'd be really nice. Or alternatively, you could look through the book and pick elements of different ones out. So if I just quickly show with the
With a
ruler.
mix and a match. Oh yeah, so the ruler, this is your round-up tool. Had you worked with this before?
I hadn't, no, but as I was looking through the book, so this one, I actually made it by using the template in the back of the book, which I'll talk about. So you absolutely can make it without the ruler.
Okay.
But it's
Saves
if you
time.
get the ruler, because it's precision with the cutting as well, and obviously you can do so much else with the ruler as well. It's not just that one. So you can do the clamshell quilt.
Ah, with the ruler you can do clamshells.
Yeah.
I wouldn't expect that you could do clamshells with the ruler as well. The graphics are live, by the way, for the ruler.
And then we've got this split leaves one. So I think there's about a good 5 in this book, and then the book that I've got in the next hour as well, I was noticing there was a couple of patterns in there, so it's a really handy ruler to have. So you've got this lovely circles one, and I thought this is quite a cute one. This isn't a virtual one, this is a quilt that's been actually made. This is the half circles one. But it's literally just the half circle set on an angle, but you know, very effective. And again, you're using 10-inch squares of fabric, so perfect for what we're selling today. And then there's just a couple here. So you've got racing track one and that one. So quite a lot to go at. And then
Nice.
in addition to that, obviously, you can go onto the Creative Grips website, and there's loads of inspiration on there. It's
That's
great.
what I love. There's a real following for Creative Grids, isn't there? So a lot
Yeah.
of people put on Pinterest and on they've got a really big online presence as well, of videos on YouTube, haven't they?
Yeah, yeah. Excellent. Right, so
yeah,
am I
let's get
going?
going,
Right, let's go.
absolutely.
Okay, so first of all, then we're going to cut the background squares. So you'll use your background fabric that we've got in the bundle. Now, obviously, I'm going to use the Creative Grids ruler, because that's my favourite, the Stripology. So I'll just grab that.
You've got the Stripology at home,
I
haven't
have,
you?
yeah. In fact, I think mine's like the older version of that. I know you've
Right.
got the massive XL as well, haven't you? So we'll just fold the fabric as best we can. It could do with a bit of a press, but it'll be fine. In fact, let's switch that round that way. and we're going to cut for this one 4.5-inch squares. Now, when I made my original one, because I used the pattern in the book rather than the ruler, I actually made my squares a little bit smaller. In fact, just before I do that, should I show you quickly that at the back of the book you've got templates like you'd expect.
Fab.
But you do have to enlarge them by 300%. So
Okay.
I know not everybody likes doing that, so obviously get the ruler definitely, but it's not difficult to do that, and then you'll end up with something like this, which is then what you use to make your petals with.
Oh, so if you've got the ruler, you don't need to do that enlarging.
Yeah, you don't need to do that at all.
Fab.
So what I found was that this came out slightly smaller than this one here, so you just need to check your measurements, and when you have your background piece you want to make sure you've got a 1/4 inch all the way around the square, but I'll talk about that in a moment.
Okay.
So right, let's get this cut then. So we go in, hopefully a nice new blade. So 4.5. I just love the sound that makes.
I know, it's so satisfying, isn't it?
Yeah.
Especially like you're saying, you've got a new blade.
Yeah. I just literally would not be without now the using the stripology for cutting things like this.
It does take away so much cutting time, doesn't it? I used to hate cutting, especially when you used to see patterns that say you need 100 of these, 150 of these shapes. I'd be like, this is going to take me all day just to do the cutting.
Because I'm one of these that I tend to cut as I go, probably
Right.
because of that. I know that some people say they like to do all the cutting, but I just sort of like to, do it as and when. I think also if you're fairly new as well, there's an element of if you cut it all and you've cut something wrong, you might sort of worry then, so if you cut as you go. But to be fair, all we're cutting here is 4.5-inch squares for the background, and then we're going to cut the petals, so there's not an awful lot of cutting to do. Right, so we've got a couple there, so that will start us off. So next step is we're going to have to cut into this gorgeous fabric.
Oh, I know.
We've got to do it.
But you don't lose actually any of the elements. They're good scale prints that you see them. Like you don't. They're really good scale prints, but then you don't lose any of the elements
not
either.
at all. In fact, on some of them, most of them are nice, what I call like ditzy prints. So they're not directional. You can just cut. But there's a couple of them, like these ones with the little cute monkey on. Which,
You fussy cat them.
yeah, if anybody has those bags with monkeys on that are named after exceedingly good cakes.
Yeah, I like them.
That looks just like their monkey, I think. So that would appeal. If you know somebody who loves that, you could buy this pack and make them something for Christmas or something, couldn't you?
Absolutely.
So, right, let's have a look. So we're going to cut, so you're going to use half of your pack, and then we're going to cut these into 5-inch squares.
Okay.
So technically, you could make this with those.
You could make it with your smaller charm
Yeah.
packs. There you go. Brilliant. Grab hold of those as well. Do you know what? That's a good point actually, because I've got a feeling that the 10-inch squares are going to sell out. So just keep that in mind. Remember, there are the 5-inch for the Maya as well. And then you need to add 1.5 meters of your solid. Is that
That's right,
plenty?
yeah. That's fine, yeah. So I'm just going to roughly cut this into, keep that one to one side. So I've got my 5-inch square. Okay. All right. So the next stage before we begin cutting is we want to put some Bonder web on the back of here.
Right.
So I've got my Bonder web here. Now, top tip on this is don't be tight with your Bonder web, because normally I am a bit tight. But for this, if you want to make sure you've got it around all the edges for your petal. And also, when I'll show you at the end what I've done with my scraps, it pays to sort of have the whole square covered, because then you can use your scraps differently.
That's why these 5-meter rolls are great, aren't
Yeah,
they?
yeah. So I used to buy it in the sheets, and then I thought, actually, no, this is the way to go, definitely. So I've got my paper scissors. I'm just going to roughly cut down here. But yeah, it's great on the roll. And then just... So you could do all your prep. I would think for this, you could cut all your squares and get all this ironed on, and then you're ready to go. It comes together really quickly once you've done all your stages. So I make sure I'm the right way round.
Yeah,
so,
you're not going to get it stuck to your iron.
because I can't
We've
tell
all
you
done that, haven't
how
we?
many times in fact I did bring a mat.
Sorry, have I unplugged you?
No,
You plugged
I'm
in?
okay. I'm just going to put just to be sure, because, you know, when you're at home, you don't mind, do you? But when it's somebody else's iron. So obviously onto the wrong side of your fabric, just press that on for a few seconds so it holds. But yeah, it doesn't matter how many times you do it, because most of the time when I'm sewing, I'm watching Sewing Street, as you do. So I'm only half concentrating on what I'm doing. And in fact, last week when I was doing the prep, I did end up having a bit of an accident.
No.
But yeah, so that's okay. So whilst we're here, I'll do another one, and then we can hopefully get 2 done, because I say they do come together quite quickly.
Your little mini iron, by the way, is $39.99. Again, as I say, whenever it's in stock, it's always one of those that sells out quite quickly. So do make the most of it. It's a nice, powerful iron, actually, isn't it, for a smaller?
It is, and worth getting 2, because my June Taylor is actually in a worse state than this one because of Bondweb. But then also, you know, if you do get it on your iron, so if you're doing a lot of applique work and things like that, then why not get 2?
Absolutely.
Right, so there we're all sorted. On there. So for the next stage, this rotating cutting mat, again, brilliant. So if you've got one, or if you've not, pop it on your wish list, definitely. So it just makes life so much easier when you're cutting, you know, these sorts of things. So you put your square on, and we're going to use for this the smaller of the 2. So there's 2 sizes. Now technically you can actually just fit the bigger one on if you wanted to, but just for the scale of print and everything, I went with the smaller one, so that's what I would recommend you do. So pop it into a corner. You can see you've got lines all the way along there, like so. So when you're happy with that, obviously you've got your non-slip grips on here, so that's good. You'll put your blade on and just cut around and keep that.
I was going to say,
side.
is that class just sort of scraps now?
Yeah.
But you've...
I'll show you what I did with them. But because normally we would just chuck them in the scrap bag, and sometimes when you do that, you never see them again, do you? But I thought it was so pretty that I didn't want to do that. I wanted to use it all up. So next, obviously, we will turn the mat and then pop the curve back on. I don't know if this is picked up on the overhead, hopefully.
Yeah, you're there.
So you've got the line on there, so just line it up and then go back in with your cut.
Oh, see, that is so much easier than...
Because the alternative is, and you absolutely can do it, pin this onto your fabric, and I would recommend then cut it, actually use scissors, because unless using template plastic, which obviously you can do, you're better off using scissors. So yeah, definitely get yourselves one of these, because you can also do the drunkard's path and loads of stuff with it, can't you?
Oh, fantastic.
So that's one, so let's whiz along and do another one, and then we can speed sew them together. So again, just pop it on in a corner and treat yourself to a new blade when you do this as well, because it makes life so much easier if you've...
You're supposed to change every project, aren't you? Or sharpen every project.
Well, you are, but I guess I'm probably like a lot of people, a bit naughty and think, oh no. But then when you do change, you think, oh, why didn't I do that sooner?
Yeah, yeah.
Makes all the difference. So this is what I mean about with the Bonder web, don't be mean. So you can see it's gone all the way around the back, so it'll go right to the edges, whereas if you've only done like on this one, I've missed a little bit here, so it won't stick fully to the fabric.
Okay. We like to be thrifty, don't we? But
we
still
do.
Just,
Yeah, sometimes you've got to know when is a good idea to just...
It's like with your wadding, isn't it? You have to put extra around the edge, because otherwise it's going to move.
Yeah.
So, yeah, don't be too tight with it.
Yeah, definitely. Right, so let's now iron this onto the backing. So just before we do, actually, would you be able to pass me a roll of X? Is that okay?
Absolutely, yeah.
Meant to grab one, just...
Which size do you want this one?
Yeah, that'll be fine, yeah. What I would do on here, thank you, is find your 1/4 inch and just... Sorry, I might have to go on here so I don't mess the shot up.
Oh yeah, he's on you.
Is he on me? Oh, right. So,
would you move everything forward
yeah.
slightly?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So line it up just to make a little mark with your friction pen. That's perfect for this because you want it to iron away anyway. and just do a little cross like that. And I'll do the same in the alternative corner, like so. Now, once you've done a few of these, you won't probably need to do that. You can just eyeball it. But to start off with, it's useful because basically what you want to do is you want the petal to sit sort of within those, like so. So this is your seam allowance. And then that way, your petal's not just floating.
I'm with you.
So I'm going to take the back off. Actually, with this one, I can just pull it this way because we will have a scrape. Sometimes these come off so easy, don't they? And then other times,
I find it really satisfying.
yeah,
Peeling it off.
it's just all the bits on the floor. I'll sweep up afterwards. So, and then we're going to press that onto.
Oh no, just so you know, the single figures of both of the fabrics with in the bundles, and my charm pack, the smaller one, is about to sell out. So if you've got it in your basket, please check out now.
Okay, so we're going to just
Go for it.
pop that, and you see obviously your lines have disappeared now anyway, but at least that's in perfect position then. So let's quickly do the other one. Yeah, they are very, very sweet. Like you say, Lewis, you can't go wrong, can you, with Lewis and Irene? But
Oh, they're so beautiful. I always love their collections. The sort of mix of fabrics are really pretty as well that go with this, aren't they? Those,
Yeah.
I think they're called, what are the bubble ones called? I remember we love them, Hannah. They're so pretty. They're so
Not
lovely.
those ones or the other
Yeah,
one?
those ones, yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember now, but they do them in loads of different colours, don't
Yeah.
they? Just quickly put some marks on here. But the scale of print's really good as well. I think that's what works well, because sometimes, you know, you have some gorgeous fabrics, but if it's too big a pattern when you're working in small shapes, then you lose the identity of the pattern.
Absolutely. These are perfect, aren't they? You're not losing it, but still, yeah, like you say, they're quite ditzy, but they're still quite striking. You still get to really see those prints, especially with the animals.
Yeah.
How much fun is that?
Yeah, I
love the
just thought
animals.
it was too cute not to put the monkey on there. But obviously the one behind me as well with the world animals. And it's good because they're not directional, so you don't have to
great,
worry
that's good.
about whether or not, you know, there's always something that's going to be the right way, something that's upside down. Okay, so let's do some sewing. So for this, I'm going to use the zigzag stitch. Taking a leaf out of Kerry's books. I know she likes the zigzag stitch, doesn't she? But literally, you could do blanket stitch, you could hand stitch it.
What did you do on you did a blanket stitch on there, did you?
No, it's a zigzag
That's
as
a
well.
zigzag,
Yeah.
right.
But then afterwards, I had a thought, because I think there's 48 petals in total, yes. And most machines have got more than 48 different stitches.
Yeah.
So you could almost make it to be like a bit of a sampler, couldn't you? And have every petal one of your different stitches.
Oh, good idea.
And then you can hang it in your sewing room, so you've got like a reference to see what your different stitches look like.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah,
I
maybe
didn't
if you've
think
got a
of
new
that in
sewing
time.
machine, it's good to try them all out, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh,
And-
remember, we've got the bundle on this brand new, well, I say brand new sewing machine, it's brand new bundle in today.
Okay. So when we start on this, I know normally we wouldn't start on a point or anything, would we? But I would for this, just start, because remember, this is all going to get hidden in your seam allowance.
Right.
So we'll go all the way around in one sweep.
Okay.
And then it's better just to start there. So,
Would you just move your bundle web, please? I
Yeah.
think it's just in the way. Thank you.
okay. And off we go. And as I go round, I'm trying to catch the edge of the patterned fabric and a little bit of the background as well. But, you know, it's quite forgiving. It doesn't matter if you don't, because it's quite a rustic feel to it.
Would you use a contrast or complementing
You could,
thread?
yeah, absolutely, yeah.
I suppose there's so many colours in both of the colourways, actually, that
Yeah.
you can choose whatever thread you want.
Yeah.
How good would it look with the variegated Tula threads as well?
Oh yeah, that'd be pretty. But yeah, you can do all sorts. Actually, in the book as well, because this method is called raw edge applique, but he does say that you can use a turned edge method, which I
Okay.
know Alison Marion's done a few demonstrations with that, hasn't she?
Yeah.
But the only downside is it takes quite a little bit more time.
Yeah.
And to be fair, I think you get a nice effect doing it this way.
Yeah.
And even if you are going to be popping it through the washer a bit, you know, it's going to stay. You'll be fine.
Absolutely.
And I think if you do get a little bit of fraying on that
I
raw
like
edge,
it.
yeah, it adds to the look, doesn't it?
I do like it. It's quite a nice shape actually to practice your applique if you've not done, you know, curved shapes before like this. This is a really nice smooth curve, isn't it, to be
Yeah.
able to go around.
Yeah. And I think it's very achievable as a weekend project, whereas I think if you were going to do the turn edge applique, it's obviously going to take you quite a considerable amount longer time to do it. So, you know, we like to cut a corner if we can.
I do like a nice quick quilt. That'd be such a beautiful like nursery quilt, or,
Yeah.
you know. My nephew, he loves animals. He's 2, and he's starting to just know all of the animals. So this is really a good one actually, because there's quite unusual animals on here,
Yeah.
aren't there?
And actually thinking about that then, you could, instead of using the lighter colour for your background, you could use a darker colour for baby friendly and still use those little animals, and that would make like a nice little crawling mat for them or
Yeah.
something, wouldn't it? So they could see all the animals. But
Oh.
so there we have the 2 petals. And again, the good thing about this is you don't have to worry, it's not sort of directional because you can turn them around. So let's refer. Now, what I recommend doing as well is just make a load of these, and then play around with them to get the design. So if I move that in a little bit more so you can see.
Oh, I love this.
Um,
I do love this colourway.
And then sew them together when you're happy with it, because you can see here I decided to go with the pink in the middle
Yeah.
and blue. On this one here I just did red in the middle, and then I was quite random with it. So you can just, if you just make 48 of these like this, then you can play around and switch and have them however you want. But obviously to get the effect, then we're just going to follow the book so that we can build the petals around the edge. So let's see how far we get with that. Are we okay with time?
We've got 11 minutes.
Oh, right, okay. So once you've made all of these, you will start to form them, and I'll have to consult because I can't remember either. So just layer them, just on, aren't we? Sorry. That way, and then just let go. This is where I'm thinking,
So you're just following
There.
the pictures of which way to lay them?
yes, in the book like that. So it's all easy to follow, she
Brilliant.
says. And then once you're happy with your arrangement,
Do you construct them in rows then?
yes,
Keep going in rows.
we're going to stir them in pairs. So we'll just literally 2 together, right sides together like you do. Now at this point, I will just check that you are going to be sewing, and you don't want to cut off any of your leaf, your petal too much. I mean, if you do, it's fine, but just try and level them up. I wouldn't bother putting a pin in, but you can feel
Okay.
that they're sort of in the right position. And of course, I need to put my 1/4 inch foot back on now, don't I? So let's quickly do that. Otherwise
And
we'll
to
have
change back to a straight stitch.
yeah, I'm going in at, it's 5.5 for a, oh no, it's 6, isn't it, for a 1/4 inch. So, right, I'm just going to check again, because you always check.
Yeah.
No matter how many times you pick it up, I'm sure everybody does this. You think, yeah, that's right, and then you pick it up and you turn it differently, and it's not right. Okay, so we're just literally going down there to sew those together.
That's why it's good to lay it all out to the side of you, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like that, so you can literally just pick them up, sew into pairs.
I'll go faster on that. Okay. And then I would press the seams open. So we'll do all the sewing first, and then
Yeah.
we'll see, because if we don't get time to, it'd be nice to try and get the row finished, wouldn't it? So
The bundle that we're working with is sold out. Have we got the Maya Charm Pack, the 5? Have they gone as well? They've gone too. Oh, definitely get the wild animals, because I love that. We'll recap it at the end.
will remind me to show you what I did with my leftovers then. So literally going again with these. So you see it does come together really nicely. And I think it's really forgiving as well, because as you can see there, I've not quite matched up. It's quite nice to make something that looks pretty,
Yeah.
but you know, if you're doing like loads of half square triangles or flying geese, you can get a bit stressed with yourself because
Yeah.
you want that perfection.
Absolutely.
Whereas with this,
You haven't got any points to really match.
no, and the fabrics are so pretty that nobody's going to be looking at your wonky sewing. They're just going to be admiring your fabrics.
Oh, I must say, when you brought this in, I thought this is just so gorgeous. And it really lets the fabric sing, doesn't
Yeah.
it?
Yeah, it
Shows
does.
off the fabrics perfectly. I love it.
So now we're going to sew these together. So I'll just do all the pressing at the end so we don't run out of time. And
Sorry, me rustling away here. Just trying to put them all nicely away.
No, that's
Remember,
fine.
these are the kits have gone. The Maya kits have gone. The only way of getting the kit is now with the Wild Animals, which is the one that's made up. And I must say, it's stunning. You will love it. And you won't use all of those 10-inch squares. You say half of them.
yeah, first thing to do is half the pack. So I think you get 2 of everything. There may be the odd one that I get 3 of, I'm not sure, but you definitely
Amazing.
get 2 of everything. So go through them, put them to one side, and then you can play with the others, and you won't feel so bad then about cutting into them because, you know, you're sort of like, we don't like to cut into our fabrics, do we?
And no, exactly. And that's with both of them, isn't it? So whether you're
Yeah.
using the 10-inch or remember the 5-inch charms, you can make this as well.
Yeah.
So you can use the chocolate shop if you want to do this. Just need to add 1.5 meters of any solid
Yeah.
off the website, any colour that you want. That's 3 units of any of the colours, which is beautiful.
I'll give this a bit of a press now. So obviously you'd be pressing them as you go along, and on this I tended to press the seams open,
Okay.
but literally you can do whatever is your preference, and you'd also maybe set them as well if you were being extra good. Maybe even give them a spritz of best press. And so I probably won't sew it onto the main one then.
No,
if
we've
we're-
got about 5 minutes, so it would be
Yeah.
good to see what you do with
Yeah.
the scraps. We say
Okay.
very loosely scraps.
Actually, yeah. So we'll abandon that now then, and just so you get the idea.
Yeah, sew them in, like you say, in rows, sew it to that.
Yeah.
Okay, go.
And then literally, and what the good thing is as well, you're not really, you know, matching too many things up. I mean, it's nice to match them up so that your seams, but if you're a little bit off.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then you did a scrappy binding as well, didn't you?
Yes, I'll show you as well that quickly, if I may. Because I know people probably say we talk about scrappy binding quite a bit. Literally, it's as easy as the name suggests. These are all my offcuts. So they tend to be 5-inch pieces, but it doesn't matter if they're not. They can be whatever you have. And I added a bit of black from my stash just to give it a bit of a
Yeah.
contrast, which I think works quite well.
It does.
And I cut 2.5-inch strips and then folded it in half to make it 1.25. And then when I sewed raw edge to raw edge like you do onto the back of the quilt, the front of the quilt, and then folded it over to the back like you do normally.
Yeah.
But literally scrappy binding is just
Yeah.
that. So you don't have to, I mean, I know sometimes if you're going to go around a curve, you would
Join them
on the
diagonally.
bias and
Yeah.
things diagonally. But for this, I just used a 1/4-inch regular seam, and then you can be even more economical with your fabric. So that's a good idea to do with your binding. And then with the leftovers, what I did with the animal one was I did some EPP.
Love it!
So I know you've got some of the card on the show, haven't you? So some of the hexes are just perfect. I mean, I know the other day, was it, Angela on
Angela,
Sunday.
yeah.
She did hexes, didn't she, with
Yeah.
the Maya, I think. So they're perfect for that because the print scale just works so well. But then what I did with
Wow.
my other pieces. if I
So
can
these
find-
were when you were cutting those initial petal shapes.
Yeah.
You had bonder web already on these shapes, didn't you?
I did. I don't know what
Where
I've
I've
done.
put with them.
I probably threw them on the floor now. But if you can imagine, that's sort of the curve of the leftover from one of
Yeah.
those. And I've just kept them all, just ironed them on, and just how effective. And that's
Really
only like a
effective.
fraction of them. I've still got some in the bag to do, but I thought that would make a nice
That's a cushion front, isn't
cushion
it?
to go with the quilt. And yeah, I mean, so obviously you can make little hexes with them. So, but I just think use them up because it's too good to go into your stash, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. And then to have a project in mind as well, like you say, they go into the stash, into your stash, and you think, right, I will use them at some point,
Yeah.
but actually, do you get around to doing it,
Yeah.
or what do you do with them? So there you go. That's a brilliant idea.
And
Thanks
just
for that.
zigzag down again, and away you go. Yeah.
Absolutely loved it. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Really excited about the Hello Poppet as well. That's coming up
Yes,
in your next
it is.
hour, isn't it? So we'll see you at 11. Thank you, Sarah, as always.
Thank
Love
you.
having you here. Right, we can recap what is available because virtually everything is sold out. The book only launched today, and I am really excited to see what you dive into and have a go with this because there are 100 different quilt projects and you're going to be able to use your roundup tool with lots of projects in here as Sarah explained. So I mean, there's so many beautiful projects. And remember, if you got any of the kits, you still got chance with half of your 10-inch square layer cake to have a go at any of the others as well. I mean, some of these are just gorgeous, aren't they? Hashtag, that's quite cool. Lollipop, ice lolly, all year round. This is the one that we're working with today. This is your suggested layout. So I absolutely love how great this is. And I mean, we didn't just mention it with Sarah actually, but the, oh, that's cool as well. You're going to be able to do that one with the same ruler. Half circles, that's really nice. That's going to look really nice. But there's some great sort of quilting opportunities as well. I know obviously you've got your 4-inch squares to be able to follow really clearly and really easily, which is what Sarah's done and done some beautiful quilting. But equally, if you love free motion, there's lots of space in the background, isn't there, to do some real fancy quilting. This one's another one that you're going to be able to do with a roundup tool. There's some gorgeous, gorgeous designs in here. 100 different quilting projects. The hearts I adore. I think that would look absolutely gorgeous with, what collection was it? The Tula paint yesterday. Because that was quite rainbowy. And the one that we had this morning, that's now sold out, but they would look beautiful. Oh, the rainbow panel, the barley pops, the 2.5-inch strip. It looks great on a bed, doesn't it? Especially with the dark background and the beautiful heart quilting. The strawberry patch, whether you have that on the front of a cushion or you have it on the front of a bag. Your box of crayons, your log cabins. I mean, there's some really lovely, very classic traditional blocks in here, and yet there's some that are really cool and modern, aren't there? That's so lovely. The beautiful hearts as well. Such a tumbler design. That's going to be really popular. Oh, in fact, that would be nice with your, like stacking cups. Nice with the wild animals, actually. So you've got so many projects here to get on with. Hexes. And all of your tips and techniques from Stuart Hillard. $22.95. The value for money is fantastic on this one. Really, really good. It's the first time that we've had it in today, and it's proven very, very, very popular indeed. Now, all of your templates are in the back. They will tell you that if you need to upscale it at all, a lot of them you will need to. Obviously, if you can imagine that they were all to scale, how many more pages that would take, and therefore we wouldn't have as many quilts in there. So it's really easy to do on your, whether you do it on your printer at home, or what I tend to do is take it to my post office, or I've got like a printing shop in my town, which I take it to, and they'll do it for you for pence. I mean, literally like 5p a copy. So definitely have a go with it. Don't let that put you off. Now, if you don't want to do your own templates for the design that we've done today, you can use the roundup tool. Now, it's really, really useful for of course, this project, but also loads of other projects as well. Drunkard's Path, the orange peel shapes, the quarters, the circles. There's so much that you're going to be able to make with this. And have a look on Creative Grid's YouTube channel. Type in non-slip roundup tool into Google, into search engine, and have a look. There's so much that you can do, obviously round corners, on quilts even. You know, obviously I always think of quilts as like square edges, but you could do some beautiful rounded quilts, any of the designs, and you could just take the corner off using that perfect curve and then doing a bias binding. Just 24.99. It has instructions in here, so don't lose that. And it's also got the QR reader, so you can go straight to your YouTube channel. It's really good because it's got lots of uses. It's another, it's great that Sarah actually went through the book and said, right, you can do that with it, you can do this with it, you can do this with it, we can do this. So we've got lots of inspiration. Don't think, look, actually, it's a lot of money just to be able to do that one orange peel quilt, isn't it? Whereas actually there's so much that you're going to pick this tool up for. So definitely make the most of that one. Save a lot of time as well, save a lot of time. The World Animals Kit, the only one that's now available. Oh, I adore it. It's single figures. If there is one left at 12 o'clock today, I will absolutely have one of these. I've got so many different projects in mind that I'd love to have a go with. Like you say, the scale of print for English paper piecing is perfect. If this one, yeah, if Sarah's quilt ever goes missing, oh, it's just gorgeous, isn't it? It's so cute. Look at all these. Paul needs the manicure set in the, what are you doing? He's asked to get the manicure set from the, it's broken his nail, dearie me. Oh, look at it. Oh, all of these are just stunning. They're beautiful quality, Lewis and Irene, designer fabrics, plus you get 1.5 meters of vanilla with this one. Enough to do, well, plenty to do the quilt that we've done today and the binding, and you'll still have half of your layer cake for other projects. I don't normally like to say numbers, but we got less than 5 of these, less than 5. There you go. If you want it, if you've got it in your basket, check out now. Don't wait for the break. Check out now. Remember, if you're thinking, oh, but I want to get the jelly roll, the Hello Poppet one for later, don't worry. It's only one postage and packaging all day long. So if you've checked out once, you can check out as many times as you want. I see it as like free P&P for the rest of the day. It's great. So you get all of this fabric plus 1.5 meters of vanilla included as well, which is great. Now, Sarah mentioned, which is brilliant news, that obviously you cut these into squares. So you cut them into your 5-inch squares. So you could use the charm packs. Now, obviously, you just need to add the solid fabric of your choice. You can go onto the website and type in, what about like a warm hot tomato colour to go with? That reddy orange would look nice, or paprika. You could go with like misty blue to go with this. Or maybe, yeah, misty blue would look really, really nice with it, in fact. You could go with any of deeper brown, like browns even would look lovely. Chocolate brown, not dirt brown like yesterday. There was one of the fabrics that we had, a brand new fabric in, and it was gorgeous. And it came up on the graphics that it was called dirt. We were like, no one wants dirt brown. Anyway, I digress. This is so pretty. This is gorgeous. I'd love to see this one by the 1/2 meter. And it smells like chocolate. You got the sprinkles. I think this is called something like bubbleberry or something, isn't it? Is it bubbleberry? It's lovely. If you look up Lewis and Irene Bubble, I think you see loads of different colours, but you've got lots of colours here, actually, in this charm pack. They're stunning. They're all beautiful. They smell of chocolate. What more could we want? And what I like is that they're festive, I say really loosely. They're just quite wintry, aren't they? So I know that we've done a lot of Christmas projects lately, getting everybody kitted out for Christmas, but this isn't necessarily for Christmas. You could have this all year round still, or certainly through the winter. It'd be really nice. It reminds me, I was thinking, what does this remind me of? I went to Bruges a few years ago, and it reminds me of Bruges. You know, Brussels with the beautiful chocolatier shops. Oh, it's just gorgeous. That's what it reminds me of. And hot chocolate with flakes and cream and gingerbread men. Bruges is beautiful, but it was a bit of a pain to get to because you can only fly so far and then you have to get trains and everything, but it was definitely worth it. I would recommend it, Paul. He wants to go. So that's your charm pack. We've also got the, right, come on, say it again, please, Paul. He says I have to see it. Philosophile. The philosophile. What does philosophile mean? Does anybody know at home? Message in if you do know. What do you mean? I don't think it's a word I need to know. You never know. It might be a word that you need to know. You might use it as your word of the day, philosophile. So you've got all of these beautiful nautical, a lover of the sea, And for someone who loves the sea and the ocean, there you go. You can use that every day in your vocabulary. Hannah should put that on her dating app profile. She likes surfers. She loves that. Yeah, she loves the seaside. Surfer dudes. Oh, I love it. So that's your lover of the sea, your nautical collection, again from Lewis and Irene. You'll be able to do this quilt, which will look really beautiful again, completely different. So, just have a look on the website. If you do want to do some English paper piecing, we have got the cardboard. We've also got bondle web. We've got all of the different extras that I know Sarah's using, like your rotating cutting mat, your rotary cutter, your friction pens, anything you need. It's all on the web, so have a look. Don't go anywhere because we've got the most mammoth hour now. In fact, are we ready, guys? Because we've got to set up about 50 kits now. So please bear with us. Pop the kettle on. Get ready because we're going to do the craziest roundup show you've ever seen coming up right after this.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. It's so great to be here and part of the Sewing Street family. I'm local, I'm only down the road in Warwickshire. I started sewing many years ago when I was very young, doing lots of art and painting, and eventually I went into textiles and I really enjoyed doing the two together. I then had a bit of a break. Something you don't know about me maybe is that I spent many years in the Royal Air Force and eventually in the police as well. And then I went full circle and I've come back to my happy place of sewing, and which I really enjoy. My best sewing tip is measure twice and cut once. I have chipped up a couple of times by not measuring properly, and I do always regret it. So now I always measure twice, cut once. Anyway, I really hope to be with you again soon, and I look forward to seeing you again soon. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rosie Wells.
My name's Poppy and I'm a nutritional therapist.
Hi, I'm Ruth Lynette and I can't wait to join you all on the brand new Gemporia Lifestyle channel.
If you're a fan of primal living, you're going to adore what's around the corner.
What is lifestyle? Lifestyle is healthy habits.
Feeling good, it's about looking great.
Making sure that we're taking good care of ourselves inside.
And it's about the life that you lead and the home that you live in.
All of this is why I'm so excited.
We've got the most wonderful team.
Homeware deals and primal deals under one roof on one channel.
I can't wait to share this brand new channel with you. So we'll see you soon on Gemporia Lifestyle.
Gemporia Lifestyle, coming soon to Freeview Channel 74 and gemporia.com.
Did you know that if you shop with Sewing Street, you're only going to pay one lot of postage all day? That's one payment of £3.95, no matter what you're buying. And you can check out as many times as you like without having to pay another delivery charge. So shop online at www.sewingstreet.com, or you can order via our call centre, which is 0800 001 4433.
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire, and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance, and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making, oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. little bit about me that you might not know and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there, and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street, and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye-bye.
If you love sewing, then you need the UK's favourite sewing magazine. Every month, you'll receive exclusive patterns. Follow simple step-by-step guides suitable for all skill levels to make your own stunning clothes, accessories and more, together with inspiring tips and tricks from industry experts. Join in and discover your love for sewing. Try Love Sewing today and get your first 3 issues for just £6.
Ah, we made it, and we made it, and we made it. I don't think I've ever seen a roundup show like this. We have got so much to get through in the next sort of 50 minutes or so. So, all I can say, one word of wisdom, is to have us on speed dial, get ready on the web, because lots of the kits that we had, well, certainly the ones that I've seen on my shows have sold out during their show. So we've rebundled them and put together some of the most popular kits. Now, starting with one of the most popular. This wasn't with myself, this was with Debbie, and when this launched, oh my word, everybody went absolutely wild for it. You're getting 3 bundles. Now, this isn't necessarily like a kit, but this is a design roll fabric bundle where you're making a saving. It's the Christmas one included as well, which I'll put this all over the desk so you can see. I want to open them all out. Because it's good to show you just how much fabric you get, isn't it? It's absolutely crazy. This is just one of the panels that you get, and it's massive. Normally when you're looking at jelly rolls and design rolls, depending on different designers, well, they're generally obviously cut from fabric that's 112 wide, whereas this is 140 wide. This bundle previously sold out during the showing, and look at all those lovely little ditzy prints, little gingerbread men, little biscuits, iced biscuits, that looks like knitted jumpers. You've got stars, you've got holly, you've got gingerbread houses. That's just so beautiful, and all of the different colourways. Now, whether you're choosing to use this for Christmas quilts or bags, whether you want to do binding, whether you want to do, there's so much that you're going to be able to do with it. But it's just a subtle, not too novelty Christmas. I think stockings would be great with this as well, stripped patch stockings. Grab yourself some H640 and maybe half a metre or a metre of fabric, and you could do lots of lovely, beautiful lined stockings. $49.99. That isn't just the one that you're getting though. I'm going to shimmy this back and show the other 2 panels. That Christmas one though is gorgeous. It's the first time I've seen this, and it sold out in the first showing. This one, oh, it's so beautiful. The blues. So this will take you through then to the spring blues. Look at that. Whenever we do blue anything, it's always very popular. In fact, Joe told me, fact, it's the world favourite colour. So when you start looking at these beautiful blue florals and spots, gingham printing, lovely different florals. This one's misty blue design roll panel. It's so pretty, isn't it? $49.99, you get all 3. Bearing in mind, you can pay £40 for one jelly roll or design roll, depending on, you know, different designers, and we love them. Always very popular. These are a great price anyway, the panels that we do. But today, you've got a £10 saving. If you were to get them all individually, it would cost £10 more, which is great, isn't it? And then we've also got this one. I think this was from Debbie's show on Sunday. This is your Itsy Bitsy. I know that she had a panel roundup show on Sunday at 8 o'clock. So this one is your Itsy Bitsy. But we've managed to rebundle them. They were all extremely popular. How pretty is this? Your spot, your gingham, your floral. How pretty are those colours? Bearing in mind, you're getting all 3,
£10 saving. That is absolutely brilliant, isn't it? I do love making a saving. We always compare savings, don't we? Me and Paul are both bargain hunters. So much so that Paul's asked me to accompany him on bargain hunt. He says, we need to apply. Let's do it. We're both real good bargain hunters, aren't we? We'd probably be the worst ever on there, won't we? But we should do it. We should do it. So all three of those, remember, your Itsy Bitsy, your Misty Blue, and your Christmas one, all for less than £50. They're normally about £20 each, so you're making a £10 saving, which is always brilliant value for money. And they're exclusive to us, which is fantastic, isn't it? Extra wide, 140 wide, at a fantastic, fantastic price. Previously sold out. Just a recap as well on today's amazing saving or a deal on the 550 machine. People have already taken advantage of this deal. You saw Sarah using it earlier on. It's a really quick, easy setup. It's very versatile that you can use it for bag making and dressmaking. It's got the free arm option. If you're doing quilting or applique, it's got a lovely selection of applique stitches and quilting stitches, decorative stitches, buttonholes, all your utility stitches at the start as well. Very easy to navigate all the way through all of your stitches. It will also tell you what letter foot you need. It comes with a huge array of feet, including a zipper foot, a 1/4 inch foot, you get a blind hem foot, you get a buttonhole foot. There's loads of feet that come as standard. Plus, you get an extension table, which normally I know could cost an extra £50. So when you're looking at machines that are less than £500, ask yourself those questions. Does it come with a 2-year warranty? Does it come with an extension table? Has it got features like a speed control, a variable speed control, which you can slow down and speed up whilst you're sewing? Does it have needle down option, which if you're doing lots of really intricate sewing, is quite a crucial integral part. Without having to reach for your hand crank, you've got that button straight on the front of the machine. Lock-in stitch, brilliant. It's not going to, you don't have to go back and forth. You can do a really tiny little sort of knot on your fabric, just in a couple of stitches before you start or at the end of your sequence. Reverse, start, stop. You can use it with or without a foot pedal. It is fantastic. But today it comes with a bit of a deal. Goodies! We love getting all of our freebies. So if you love our quality panels, you get the British design roll colourway, which is very pretty. You've got the gingham prints, you've got the spots, you've got the lovely roses. This is special edition. It's really stunning. So you get a whole design roll. You then also get a wreath panel, Christmas wreath panel. You also get lots more inspiration in a beautiful book. So you get 20 different projects in the Handmade Touch book, which is lovely and contemporary. You've got some great projects in there. Plus, always need a good pair of snips, have by your sewing machine, plus some bobbins, extra bobbins as well, which are designed to work in conjunction with your Elna 550. £499. I just thought I'd let you know, as a lot of people are checking out on this morning, and we've got a limited number available with this offer. So much so that I don't know how long this is going to last. I'm not going to put a time on it, but I would hate for you to miss that deal if you were umming and ahhing about it. If you're at that point where I would still absolutely ask you to do some research into different machines. It's a big investment. You can get more affordable machines. Yeah, absolutely. We choose to stock this machine as our most affordable machine currently. We don't stock any other machines under £500, and there's a reason for that. Because we do want you to keep sewing. We want you to enjoy sewing. We want you to be able to have a go at bag making and dressmaking. And we want you to have a go at quilting. And we don't want a machine that you're going to get frustrated with and you're going to put away and you're not going to come back to Sewing Street. So when you need to get a walking foot, you're not going to have to upgrade a whole machine. You can still buy one for this machine. So this is what's fantastic. It's a machine, I think, that's really going to grow with you. And the proof is in the pudding that we have got a lot of people who have come to us who have got the really high spec, very expensive machines that are thousands of pounds, and also have this as a second machine. It's reliable, it's robust, it comes with a 2-year warranty. It's still got a great selection of stitches. It's got storage on the front. It comes with a great array of feet and an extension table, plus a hard cover. And today, an extra £55 worth of goodies, which is great actually, because I've seen this machine without any goodies, just the machine, exactly the same machine, for £550 elsewhere. So it's like £100, you know, difference, isn't it? When you're looking at the savings, £50 as well. So if you want the machine bag to go with very quickly, loads of these are sold today. It's £12.99. It's great value. You'll know absolutely no problem fit your £550. The dimensions are on the website if you want to check with your machine at home, because it's great value, isn't it? Especially if, you know, fingers crossed, we're going to start. I was talking to Catherine yesterday. She's now opened some of her classes. You know, if you're able to go to socially distant classes or workshops, then this is fantastic, isn't it? To be able to take it on the move or go to a relative's to sew. £12.99. The 680 does fit in it at a squeeze. Bigger machines, I suppose, you're not going to be porting them around as much. It is sort of fully lined. It's got nice strong feet and a really strong handle, but it is probably going to be for one of your smaller machines that you might are more likely to transport around. The dimensions of this is 46 centimetres from here to here. The depth from here to here is 20 centimetres, and your height is 30 centimetres. So fingers crossed that fits your machine, because it's such a bargain, isn't it? £12.99. It's the most affordable sewing bag that we have. We've got ones currently that are over £40. So this is a great price, the most affordable in stock right now. Go for it. Okay. I've got so much on this desk, I don't know where to start. Let me shimmy this across slightly. So on the weekend, over the weekend on Saturday, I was on with, oh no, was it Saturday or Monday? I think it was literally the other day. Where are we today? Tuesday. It was Saturday then. Saturday's show, I was on with Sally Ann Harrison, and we were working from Debbie Shaw's Sewing Room Secrets quilting book, which is brilliant. Now I know hundreds, in fact thousands of you at home have this book. We did the launch, and in the first showing, over 1,000 books sold. And there is a reason for that. Debbie Shaw is award-winning author. She puts together the most incredible project books, and known for her bag making books. What I love about this one is it's dedicated to all things quilting. I have never seen it's signed, by the way, as well. You will get a signed copy, which is fantastic. What I love about this book is that she goes into such detail without the jargon of great tips for anybody who is starting patchwork and quilting. But also Sally Ann Harrison, who has sewn and quilted for years, she said she learnt new tips from this book when working from it last week, which is brilliant, isn't it? We're always learning different ways. Look, toe dividers are great for storing your bobbins. I love the fact that she comes up with all of these great little tips. Sewing machines, different ways of troubleshooting your machines, knowing about all the different features that come with your machine and how to use them. When things go wrong, as I say, a troubleshooting section as well. Different tools and equipment, things that are more novelty, or gadgets and things that are essential. Different adhesives, different starch sprays, marking tools, quilting templates, different fabrics and the different pre-cuts and what size they actually are. It can all be a bit of a minefield when you're starting. Terminology, fantastic. There's lots of great projects in here. Let me show you how much of this. So let me go to the first project, which is, I believe, this one, the mini chick quilt. So all of this prior is a book in itself of learning so many different quilt tips and techniques. For £9.99, this part alone, I think would be fantastic. You're going to learn lots of different ways of quilting, whether it be free motion or and different ideas of how to do it. Quilt as you go, straight line quilting, quilt sandwich, batting, basting, applique, reverse applique, with fusibles. There's so many different techniques in here, and then we move into the projects. So, as I showed you before, that mini chicken quilt is just adorable. Different ways of doing, again, bias binding. The beach hut hanger, great for your workroom to keep all your different bits and bobs, all your tools. Trapunto, one of my favourite quilting techniques, which gives this lovely loft and texture. Let me just move that quilt. We've also got different stockings, Trapunto, using that skill we've just learned in a project. Beautiful table runners, quilted tote bag, sashing, bit of bunting quilt, and then this was the project that we focused on Saturday. It's a Bargello pillowcase, which is the size of a pillowcase. Quite often we do cushions, but this is literally like the pillows that you have on your bed. In fact, Sally Ann took it from her son's bed without him knowing. She says, I've got to get it home because he'll realise his pillow's missing. So this was the pillowcase Bargello quilt, which is fantastic, really, really gorgeous. Lots of different projects still that I'm not going to have a chance to go through, but they're all in there, £9.99. If you go onto YouTube, one of the best things about Sewing Street is we save all of our shows every single day. If you miss a day, then don't worry, because all of them will be on YouTube. So when you get home, when you get all of your projects home, you can sew along with the experts live and stop, pause, rewind, fast forward, whatever you want to do. So if you want to watch it back, jot down Saturday's date just gone, and when you get your kit home, you can absolutely make the most of it. So the bundles that we used on Saturday were so popular, we've managed to rebundle them. So that's the Debbie Shaw book, which is where your Bargello kit is from. But like with the Tula Pink yesterday, like with the Lewis and Irene layer cakes today, this is another one of those kits where I say, right, what would you like to make? Because there is so much that you can do. This is a brand new panel from the weekend. This only launched on Saturday and all of them sold out. We have managed to get more for today. So if you want the beautiful jelly roll panel, it's called Hello Poppet. And it's stunning. Look at these colours. The blues, pinks, you've got gorgeous yellows. We've just loved working with this, absolutely loved working with this. In fact, you'll see more of this range coming up with Sarah in the last hour. We've got the fat quarters, which we're launching. So we had a bit of a sneak peek, as I say, on Saturday. This was the kit that you saw and it sold out straight away. £24.99. So that's the panel that you're getting. And once again, it's 140 wide. Loads of fabric. So we're not offering the design roll panel in the next hour. So if you do want it, now's the chance to grab it. If you do love those patterns, definitely look forward to the next hour. That's going to be brilliant. And then you also get with this half a metre of cream, and then also a metre of rose, which is beautiful. A metre, so a metre and a half of fabric plus your design roll, and it's only £24.99. There's so much that you're going to be able to do with that. Not just the Bargello project, there's loads you'll be able to do. And then the other colourway that we offered on Saturday was called Staffordshire Mantelpiece. You get half a metre of vanilla and half a metre of your grey. Plus then you get this other brand new panel, which you will love, Hannah. Sorry. This one is so lovely. Look at these. You've got cats and dogs. You've got your teapots. And if you remember on Saturday, if you watch back on YouTube, you'll see the finished pillowcase out of this one. And it looks great. It looks so good. Having that beautiful Bargello, that flame sort of design. How cool is this? Your little teapots, like your Royal Doulton pottery. Plus then you've got your cats and dogs. Cats and dogs is there, look. £24.99. How beautiful is this panel? The blues, again, as I say, were very, 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 very popular indeed. Oh, 2.5-inch strips. And I suppose it's up to you whether you want to subcut these and cut them into 2.5 strips and do a Bargello or around the world or something else. Or whether you want to fussy cut them into, well, you could use them as centerpieces in your EPP. So many different prints there to have a good go with. We'll see a bit more of these prints with Sarah at 11 o'clock. We will see a bit more. not the strips. We've got the fat quarters, which we're launching at 11. So just bear that in mind, that if you do want any of the design rolls, grab them whilst you can. Absolutely grab them whilst you can. So that's the Staffordshire mantelpiece bundle that goes perfectly with the Bargello pillowcase. But you can go whatever you want. In fact, if you've got any of those panels, let's talk about this book. I always talk about Pam and Nikki Lintop whenever I talk about pre-cut jelly rolls, design rolls, whatever you want to call them. 2.5-inch strips are called for a lot in different patterns, and Pam and Nikki Lintop love them. Here you've got 15 quick and easy, great projects. In fact, this is the one that we used to do the Tula Pink book with, and it was quilt with, and it was so lovely. We've also made the honeycomb. I think that Wendy Orlando's done that one for us before. It's so beautiful, and some great transferable techniques. Sarah said earlier on the Stuart Hillard book would be a beautiful coffee table book. This one as well would be. Just sitting on a Sunday, cup of tea and bicky, choose which projects you want to do. Use some of your design rolls or your jelly rolls that you've got in your stash. Maybe you managed to get the Tula Pink yesterday. There's so much inspiration in here. So this was the Tula Pink one that we focused on, which was really, really lovely and simple actually. Piecing them together and having that lovely dramatic background looks amazing. I mean, we've got with a white background and it looks beautiful. That was your skyline quilt. You've got your scarlet steps. You've also got your boardwalk. There are so many beautiful instructions, and I must say Pam and Nikki Lintott are very, very good at what they do. They've got some gorgeous quilts, great instructions. See, I wouldn't have ever thought that this Hexie was made of strips, but you can just about see the different shades. They're actually 2.5-inch strips between each one, pieced together, using those different colours you can see here. Great, isn't it? £14.99. We love this book. Tutti Frutti we've done before as well. That might have been one with Jules Mayoof, if I'm not mistaken, or it could have been, oh, I love that. It could have been Wendy. I know she's loved this book. This one is so cool. I mean, this is a 12 square, 66 finished inch square quilt, which is just amazing. That would look gorgeous in any of your Tula Pink fabrics. In fact, we've got the Tula Pink jelly roll, which we will do next. Are we going to do it now? Okay, so they're all of your 2.5-inch strips. So this one is your Tula Pink. Now, you've seen it already on the show. This, I believe, is the homemade collection, which has been just one of the most popular because it's got a little bit of a wink and a little nod to what we love, our craft. You've got such beautiful prints on here. Now, this one's all ready to go. I mean, it is ready to go. It's all completely sealed up. So what I'll do is I'll show you from this quilt some of the elements that you're going to see. There we go. So you can see, like, you've got the rotary cutter and scissors. You've also got like the little, this is like a sewing machine foot pedal, your tape measure. These are gorgeous little hands with your needle and thread, your scissors. We've seen such amazing collections using this jelly roll. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Look at more detail. I love the eyes in the scissors as well. You can just about see them. They're actually scissors. So cool. And these are all Tula Pink's very own tools. So her rotary cutter, her micro tip scissors. You've also got the sewing machine fabric in here. Let me flip this over. See what else we've got. I love this one. It's like a quilting ruler. That one's like a quilting ruler. So cool. It's just brilliant, isn't it? Tula Pink never fails to amaze me. So in the pack, you're getting 40 pieces, 40 strips. They're all in that lovely ombre of colour. And then you're also getting 1.5 meters of fabric. So if you do want to do this quilt, it comes from the Pam and Nikki Lintott jelly roll quilts in a weekend. So it's a really lovely quick quilt. No sub-cutting really to do. What I loved about this, actually, there was no precise measurements. It was all take your white strip, cut it wherever you want, pick a size, any size, sew it to the end,
trim it all off. It was freedom. It was freedom, which normally when we're talking about quilting, it's so precise and so to the book, whereas actually this one is all about the fabrics, and I love that because it should be. It's such beautiful fabric. Just so you know, the Hello Poppet Bargello bundle, the Bargello, is sold out. We have more of the Hello Poppet bundle where we're launching the Fat Quarter bundles coming up at 11 o'clock. Behind this, the sewing machine here, can you see? If you love the Hello Poppet, look at this. We're making this in the next hour. We're going to launch the Fat Quarters in this range, which is just so pretty, isn't it? I'm not surprised that they've sold out. A lot of people asking about Hello Poppet. So if you did miss out on the Bargello bundle, but the Fat Quarters coming up for the first time in the next hour. Amazing, aren't they? Okay. So I'm just going to move this out the way, start clearing a bit more space for everybody. So this one was from Alison Marion, who we absolutely love. Alison Marion. She is just the most lovely lady, and she puts together such brilliant kits. This one's called Mummy and Me. I like that they're all in bags as well. So if you've cut out your pattern pieces, if you've got all of your fabrics, even the little button on the front will be used. It says made with love, which is beautiful. I'm just going to grab some scissors and open these properly instead of ripping the bag. There we go. So inside here, let's see what we get. You can do the adult size, and you can also do the kiddie size, which is so cute. So if you do want to do the adult size, you need 1 metre of fabric, which is 150 wide, or 1.5 metres that's 115 centimetres wide. So that's, you know, the normal dressmaking width. For the children's option, you just need, again, 1 metre of fabric, and depending on depending on what size the child, but everything is all on the back of the packet. And inside, you're getting your pattern. You get a pattern with your free applique pocket as well. Look, which is this one. Which is so cute, isn't it? That's your layout, by the way. That's your layout for your applique pieces. You do get the actual applique pieces, which are here. So that's so cute. So in the pocket of the apron, you can do this cracked egg and wooden spoon. They're your pattern pieces, which you can, of course, reuse. They're all overlapping, so what I would do is trace them out. But I just think that's so beautiful. Once again, hundreds of these I know have sold. Whenever Alison is here, they're always extremely popular. We try and bring them in virtually every time she's here. So do make the most of it. Your adult size 10 to 20, and then also the kiddie size is available. Well, you will get 2. And what I love about it is that it's got that lovely cross back. So you don't need to worry about having any ties. You don't need to worry about, you know, different sizes. It's all just brilliant. Also, if you're making a kid's one, they're in it. They're useful to have, aren't they? Whether it be cooking, whether it be crafting, whether it be sewing. If you find that your clothes get covered in thread and all sorts, it's really nice to be able to have that pinafore on. And if you're doing this in like a denim or a linen, they look lovely to go out as well in. They look really nice. Obviously, just a pair of jeans or leggings or something, and your cross-back apron on the top, they could look really, really beautiful. So it isn't just, you know, for messy time. It's not just for cooking and a crafting time, that you can actually wear them. They look lovely. So that's your Mummy and Me cross-back, and as I say, the little detail with the button. Yesterday, we had Catherine in with me, and we had the boho bag quick roundup with her. We've managed to get the kit because so many people were asking about it yesterday. This was the bag that we were talking about. We didn't get to see the bag yesterday, and it smells of chocolate. I do love the shape of this. It's a really cool shape. Now, Catherine was explaining yesterday, this doesn't come with a pattern. It comes with instructions because it's almost like an origami bag. So it's really, really cool. For anybody who does want a bit of a challenge, or, with instructions, you're going to be able to create this absolutely fine. And inside, I will show you what you get. So
You have your lining fabric, which is your misty blue, which I think is misty blue, or is it grey? It looks misty bluey to me. Yeah, misty blue, which is 1 metre. Plus then you get your grey fat quarter. These have been pre-cut in-house. Your Lewis and Irene chocolate fabric, which is already pre-cut in-house. Your cream, and also your beautiful square dot as well. They're all lovely, aren't they? All cut in-house, $29.99. What a great size bag. I love that shape. That's really individual, isn't it? Really, really individual. And as Catherine said yesterday, got quite a origami sort of feel to it. So it includes the canvas straps which come in the pattern. You don't need to add those in. Useful for fat quarters, beginner skill level. So even if you do think, right, actually, do you know what? I don't know whether I'm ready for an origami bag. Don't worry, with her pattern or instructions, you're absolutely going to be able to construct it, even if you have very little bag making experience. Just £29.99. That's a whole metre of fabric plus your fat quarters and your pattern included. Yep, pattern included. We do have the pattern on its own if you've got fat quarters and fabrics in your stash that you're thinking, oh, this would look lovely with. In fact, it would look really, really nice with some bright rainbow colours for like, so it is like a cool beach bag, isn't it? Love that shape. Okay, so £12 for your pattern on its own from the Leicestershire Craft Centre. Lovely Catherine, who was on yesterday, was talking about it very briefly, but this was demoed a few weeks ago. If you want to go onto YouTube, you can watch that demo back from a couple of weeks ago. Just £12. Sorry that we're whizzing through these, but we've got loads still to get through, and it's already 20 minutes left to go. Okay. Just very quickly, I just want to recap. Bear with. It's all right. So, I have lost you, but I think it's because I've unplugged myself. I will sort it out whilst you have a look at this Christmas panel, which is gorgeous. So, you have got 3 of your design roll panels. I'm just going to not talk for a second so I can sort my talk back out. Bear with. So that's your misty blue. Sorry, I will sort out my talk back in a second. Hands just gone to get me another. So you've then got your ditzy, which is absolutely beautiful as well. Your pinks, saving £10, over £10 in fact. If you purchase them individually, they're normally £20 each. So you're saving £10 by getting all 3. Very, 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 very popular indeed. 2.5-inch strips, the pink ditsies, the misty blue, and your Christmas panel with a saving of £10. Sorry, I am back. Right, got ya. So that was a £10 saving at $49.99. I'm just going to shimmy these out the way. That one is almost sold out. Just so you know, all of our panels have been incredibly popular. Do make the most of that one with the saving. Now, the little pleated bags are brand new to me. This is the first time I've seen these. Now, I believe you get 2 of your canvas straps, so I'll pinch one from here. You get 2 of your canvas straps, you get and 1.5 meters of fabric. This is one of Rebecca Reed's design, which is exclusive to Sewing Street. This is Blue Roses, which is really, really beautiful, isn't it? You get 0.5 meter of your spot. You get your real lightweight denim. And then you also have your lovely natural seeded, I think it might be an Osnaburg, you know, £22.99 for 1.5 meters of fabric. And these 2 are really wide. The light denim is really wide. And is that an Osnaburg, Hannah? The instructions are really, really clear. They show you how to pleat. You've got a pleating diagram. All measurements you can see there in centimetres. So you get 0.5 meter of Osnaburg, which is huge, plus your lightweight denim, your spot, and great instructions from our very own Rebecca Reed, plus 2 of your canvas straps, £22.99. That one's called your Blue Roses. We also have another colourway. Do you know when this was aired? We're having a look now. Okay, so this one is a different colourway with the rose pink, which is really, really pretty. You've got your blush, 0.5 meter. You've also got your 0.5 meter of nude, 0.5 meter of your blue spot, 2 of your cotton canvas straps, and then you also have this really, really great set of instructions, which again also includes a pleating diagram. So you can really, well, you can use that for lots of different projects. Once you know how to do this technique, it turns a very simple tote bag into something that looks extremely complex and advanced, where with Rebecca Reed's instructions, you're going to be able to accomplish that really easily, and we're less than £20. I'm constantly thinking, obviously, about now, we're always trying to be a bit more sustainable and thinking about different ways of reusing things. Having shopping bags like this, I mean, you could personalise it how you want. These would be lovely gift ideas for people, wouldn't it? £19.99. These are great shopper bags. And as I say, with that lovely detail, they look great. And you can choose, obviously, because you've got 0.5 meter of each, which one do you want as your main, which one do you want as your lining, and which one do you want as that panel around the top. It's up to you. The choice is yours. Just £19.99. There's a couple of other kits that I've got on this table. I've got my autumn wood, and I've also got the wildflower. That was on the 13th of September this month, if you want to watch back on YouTube with lovely Rebecca Reed, who is going to be back, by the way, on Monday. She wasn't able to do Monday. She's hopefully going to be in every single Monday. I know this week she wasn't able to do it, so she's, fingers crossed, back in with you on Monday. Okay, I've got the Wildflower Meadow Quilt, which we launched only, again, Saturday with Sally Ann. Just so you know, both her kits were extremely popular. The Hello Poppet sold out again today. This one is gorgeous. What I love about it is that you've got this lovely little flower pot, which goes really nicely as a table runner, a placemat. You can use it as a bag front. You could use it as, can you see it's got like a little stem and a little flower pot at the bottom, which is just adorable. Sally Ann made up a great block where she also changed it up that you could have the stems all running diagonally. You can have them all sort of interchanging, and they look beautiful with the new Swan Cottage collection from Lynette Anderson. Now, I still believe, as far as I'm aware, there's nobody else that is stocking this fabric. Don't quote me on that, but we were definitely the first, and it's very difficult to get hold of. I had to look over the weekend, and there were people who were still saying it's coming soon. Couldn't find anywhere else in the UK that was stocking it. They're all cut here in-house, fat quarters. We had it by the 0.5 meter, but it was the first time on Saturday that we saw them as fat quarters. It's from the Swan Cottage range, which is the latest collection from Lynette Anderson, who is an Australian quilt designer. She's incredibly famous for her designs, her artwork, and how she incorporates that into her fabrics. But it is notoriously difficult again to get over here in Europe and in the UK in particular. So we're really, really proud that we got it here first in the UK. I did see over lockdown, actually, I follow her on Instagram, and there was little little images that were hints towards the fact that she was launching a new collection. So I didn't think, literally like a month or two later, that we'd be having it first in the UK, which is very exciting. So these are all cut into fat quarters. Plus, you're getting, what's that? A metre of, what's this, sorry? A metre of khaki, I believe, and 3 metres of cream for your background. 3 metres of cream for your background. The great thing about Lou Orr's patterns is, one, they're extremely clear. Your finished block size is 9.5 inches unfinished, and then you've also got, when I say unfinished, I mean before you've trimmed it, and then you've got instructions, and when I say instructions, you've got how much fabric you need for each of these different size quilts. A mini quilt, which is 1 block, I say a mini quilt, it's a 15-inch square, so this block itself is 9-inch, and then once you add these triangles, it adds up to 15-inch, which you can have as a great centerpiece or a cushion front. It will look beautiful. The baby quilt is 12 blocks, which is 44 inches. And then it will tell you your fabric requirements for the larger lap quilt, which is 60-inch square, 24 blocks. And that's what you get enough, the kit. You can make the lap quilt with your kit. So all your instructions there, all of your assembly, all your cutting instructions. They're great patterns that you can use again, even a colouring page, so you can choose different colourways as well. £69.99. Okay, that's your Wildflower Meadow. If you want to watch back the show with Sally Ann, that was on Saturday. Who did you say John's watching? Hi John, how are you? Lots of love, lots of love. Okay. How are you getting on with your William Morris fabrics? What? Exciting, exciting. Let me know how you're getting on. So, I don't know whether you found the picture of this, Hannah. This is the Autumn Woods. I love this. I know that my mom desperately wants to have a go at this kit. It is brilliant. The artwork that Delphine does are just superb. It's just brilliant, honestly. It really, really is. Her artwork is phenomenal. She then has incorporated embroidery on the top of it, but the needle felting, you need to watch it back, because I can't believe how you can take this ball of wool, you can take all of this and turn it into the most incredible work of art, which I know you can't really see on that little picture, but we'll try and find a picture. So there you go, that's probably a bit easier. The finished size of your project will be 5 inches. Now, if you haven't got a needle felting kit, you can have a look on the website, and we've got a starter kit available, which has got like your foam block, it's got your needles, it's got the little bits and bobs that you might need. If you've already got it, you've got all of your beautiful hand-dyed, gorgeous quality wools. Look at how much sort of different tones that are in here are just adorable. And I know that Delphine was very, very in particular about what wool she used to put together this in this kit. It's a lady, she sourced them from a lady who's up in Scotland who hand dyes these herself, and she said she is an artist in herself to be able to create wool like this. They're beautiful. So you get all of the wool that you need. You get great instructions from Delphine. That's just a bit about her and about the kit, about the wool, before you get started, the things that you might need. So if you haven't already got your sponge block, and if you haven't got your needle felting tools, have a look on the website, because we do a starter kit available, which would be absolutely fine for this. You'll also need a backing fabric. Now, whether that be a felt, a square of felt, whether that be a bit of denim, you can use it just as long as it's got quite a loose weave, you'll be fine. Now, all of your instructions are here. She thinks in such detail about things like, you'd absolutely love her, Hannah. You would have loved the show. She says, I do love her. She's on with me tomorrow, so please watch the show. She's such an interesting lady. And she's also like well, she used to be in the military. She was in the police. She now runs a spinning and body combat classes. She's just amazing. And she's so lovely. She's here tomorrow, and what was I going to say? What I love about her, when she creates a picture, she said, right, you think of 3 things to start with: what time of year it is, what time of day it is, and where your light is coming from, because you get all the different reflections. And I thought, I would never think of all of this. So I love what she does. And then adding the French knots, showing you how to do the French knots, breaking it down with an image and with text. It's just fantastic. So for all your French knots and for your embroidery, we've also putting in the kit DMC skeins in red, in yellow, in orange, in black, and in green. So you're getting all of those DMC skeins as well as your wall, your instructions included in the kit, which is beautiful. Maybe you've done a lot of needle felting, or you've done a lot of hand sewing. Maybe you've just found us. Maybe you normally watch Jewelry Maker or Primal Living, and you've just watched and you've just found us. If you mainly do hand sewing or needle felting, and you want to get into doing different crafts, the machine offer that we have on today is fantastic. We launched this offer today, and I've got a feeling that this will not last very long. I know our management have said there's a set number of machines that we can offer this deal with. You get £55 worth of goodies with the 550 today, which include great inspiration in the handmade touch book. You get a pair of snips, which are always, of course, very, very useful. You get some extra bobbins. You get the British Design Roll panel. Plus, you also get the Christmas wreath panel, all exclusive, with these 2 exclusive to us. The machine itself, I think, is a brilliant machine for anybody who is upgrading potentially to their first computerized machine. I know during lockdown and over the last 6 months, a lot of people have got into sewing. Maybe when I first started, I certainly borrowed a machine off a family member and then thought, right, I'm going to have to give this back at some point and upgrade and buy my own. So whether you dusted off an old sewing machine from the garage or at the loft, and now you're looking at buying your first computerized machine, or maybe this is your second machine. Maybe you've got one of the higher spec machines and now you're thinking, right, I could do with a second machine, but I don't want to settle for just, you know, the £150 machines that aren't going to do what I want from my projects. I feel like sometimes my machine that I had before just used to let me down. I always knew what I was doing. I was thinking, why isn't it doing it? And I'd spent more time actually putting my machine in timeout than I did sewing. Whereas this machine I love because you can plug in and just get going. It's got 50 stitches. It's got an array of utility stitches. It's got your buttonholes. It's got different applique and decorative stitches. It's got a huge selection, 50 stitches, which is great, isn't it? Well done if you've got yours. It's only until stocks last. So if you've got any questions about it, please do let me know, because that is being already, lots of people have checked out on it. Now, coming up, after the break, we are going to be launching another Hello Poppet panel. We saw the jelly roll sell out on Saturday. We saw it sell out again today. We're now going to be launching the fat quarters, which is such a beautiful, beautiful print. We've got, I think, 2 actually. We've got the pink colourway, which we didn't see on Saturday. So we're going to be launching that. So don't get anywhere. Sarah's going to be joining me in just a couple of minutes. We're working from another brand new book as well. So do not go anywhere. We're back just after this.
Hi, I'm Debbie Shaw from Sewing Street, and these are my 5 top tips for successful sewing. So, number 1, always use a good quality thread. A good quality thread will keep your seams stronger and also help to prevent lint building up inside your sewing machine. Tip number 2, if your project isn't going quite according to plan, put it down, walk away from it, come back again the next day, and you'll probably find that things don't seem half as bad as they did. My tip number 3, never throw away your sewing machine manual. Always keep it to hand, because you're going to find hints and tips, techniques and troubleshooting in that manual. You'll miss it if you lose it. My tip number 4 is to read your pattern instructions before you even cut out your fabric. Different manufacturers of patterns will give you different instructions, different ways of constructing your garments and different seam allowances. So to have a successful garment, you need to follow the instructions precisely. And then tip number 5 is don't give up. Every professional sewer sewed their first seam. Every professional quilter quilted their first quilt. Every professional quilter sewed their first line of wonky stitches and had to get out the quick and pick. That's no different to you. So I hope you find these useful. If you want more hints and tips, then why not go to Sewing Street on channel 74 on Freeview, on Sky 670, and of course we have a YouTube channel where you can catch up on previous demonstrations. We'll see you soon.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Did you know that if you shop with Sewing Street, you're only going to pay one lot of postage all day? That's one payment of £3.95, no matter what you're buying. And you can check out as many times as you like without having to pay another delivery charge. So shop online at www.sewingstreet.com, or you can order via our call centre, which is 0800 001 4433. Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance, and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making, oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know, and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there, and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street, and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye bye.
Shopping with us couldn't be easier. If you want to shop online, then you can head to our website, www.sewingstreet.com. It will redirect you to our sister channel Jewellery Makers landing page. Don't worry, you haven't gone to the wrong place. We're simply using their website temporarily while we're building our own web shop. Scroll down past the Watch Live part and you'll see all of the products that you will have seen on air on today's live show. You can also shop our catalogue by clicking a category, clicking a product to view closer and adding it to your basket. Once you're ready to check out, you will need to create an account, which is absolutely free to do so, but it will mean that you can check out on as many orders as you want throughout the day with still only paying one postage and packaging. If you'd prefer to speak to somebody in our UK-based customer service team, then you can do so via the free telephone line number 0800 001 4433. They will not only help you create an account, but will also help you with any of your online shopping.
Welcome back, welcome back. It's gone so quick today. I know I literally have said this every day since we moved into the studio, but it really has. We're back with another brand new book. This one is The Quilt School. So those of you that do want to start a new project, sorry, can I just start this hour again? I don't know what's happened to my voice. Oh! Helium, sorry. Here we go. Hello, welcome back. We have got a brilliant hour for you now. It's gone ever so quick, and we've got a book, The Quilt School. This is from scratch, starting from scratch. Those of you that have never done any patchwork and quilting, I know when I first started sewing, I don't know where I would have been without my patchwork and quilting class, and I know that classes aren't available, courses aren't available. I told everybody earlier on in the summer, I enrolled to do a pottery course in classes that started in September, and they've now said they've cancelled it. And I'm like, oh no, I'm going to have to find a good pottery book and a kiln and do it in the kitchen. I don't know whether I'll be able to do that at home. But the great thing is if you do want to learn to sew and start sewing, obviously with the help of Sewing Street every morning and tools and books like this is starting from scratch, all of the basics of patchwork and quilting to impress your friends with amazing creations. So I love how clear all of the pictures are as well. So Sarah has got all of these in sort of lessons. As you can see, it's lesson 1 to 5 in squares, lesson 6 to 11 in triangles. We're also going to be doing some curves later on in the course. And then you've also got, after we've done all of these projects, we're probably going to have built up a bit of a stash of scraps. So also how to use those scraps. And then at the end of the book, layering, quilting, binding, labelling your quilts afterwards, and then an index. So I love the fact that it goes through literally like you're on a course when you were to go on to a workshop and they give you a bit of a breakdown of what you're going to be learning. That's exactly what you're getting here. And plus you've got that online support of being able to watch the shows here. We've got the help of all of our sewing community on the Sewing Street fan page. If you've got any questions, any time of day or night, you can write on the Facebook fan page and someone will get back to you. I know that we're all there, ready to go. Not necessarily Hayley Bryant, our marketing manager, but I mean the ladies. There's so many people in the community. If you post something, we're all learning at different sort of skill levels, and we all sew at different times. I know a lot of people are night owls who sell, who do sew late at night. So it is brilliant to be able to have that fan page. But definitely make the most of the book, starting with squares, going into triangles, looking at curves as well. And not just big quilts, you can do pillowcases, you can do smaller projects as well, but then build up to doing really beautiful large bedspreads. So this is the book that we're going to be working on this hour. We will go through it with, I think, I'm just trying to find where it is. We'll go through it with Sarah. So I think it is about page 40. Here it is. There it is, which is your bed runner. I love that actually. That's great, isn't it? I've got a bed runner at the bottom of the page. You don't always want like a full quilt, do you? It's nice just to have a bed runner. So that's really lovely. This is in lesson 3. So quite earlier on into the course. It's a great one to start if you are starting out. It's only £12.99, is it? Just notice the price. That's a brilliant price. Brand new in today. We got 2 very, very, very popular bundles. I am so excited about this. So the jelly roll, or design roll I should say, the design roll strips that we launched on Saturday. I did say we got a bit of a sneak peek because we'll be launching the fat quarters. Today's the day. The jelly roll, the design roll sold out. Today we brought it back. It's sold out again. If you do want, oh, I love this. This is your Hello Poppet bundle. You get 4 beautiful fat quarters. How exciting is this? I say that on one of the panels, you get 4. You get 8 fat quarters in total, which is plenty of fabric, and I mean plenty of fabric. You've got so much here. I love the fact that Sarah always comes up with different ways of really utilising all the fabric that she gets sent. So we're going to talk about as well different ways of using even the white strips around the edge. But look at all of these fabrics. If you loved the Hello Poppet design roll, absolutely make the most of the fat quarters. Beautiful quality. We'll have a look at the detail a bit closer when we do them on their own, but in the bundle you get the 2 fat quarter panels, so 8 fat quarters and a metre of solid fabric for the back. Now, I think a lot of people are going to be thinking, right, I want to grab them on their own. So the code on the first one is GSUU76. So if you do want this on its own, can I just say these are big fat quarters as well. Do you know, normally your quilting fabric is 112 wide, whereas because of how we print these panels, we're able to print on huge panels. So you're actually getting even bigger fat quarters here, and it's just £19.99 for big fat quarters. Beautiful quality, great complementing colours, different scales of print, and loads of you have checked out already. Just be aware that if you do want this, this is set 1
This is called set 1. We're having a look at all of those lovely patterns. The ditzy prints with pink. The larger scale flowers in pink and purple with lovely lemons in there. Not lemons literally, lemon yellows. You've also got this gorgeous blue, violety blue. You can see why these are so popular, can't you? They're so pretty, so pretty indeed. And you've got a little bit of wiggle room. So can you see that there is a white cross in between? So each of these fat quarters you're going to be able to cut really accurately and still make the most of your fabric. Just £19.99. So that is set 1. Remember, you get both in the bundle, plus you get a metre of fabric as well. But you can get these separately today. The next one, fat quarter set 2, is this one. So if you think, I can't decide, definitely get the kit because you get both of these, 8 fat quarters plus you get fabric as well, which is going to make it go even further. How lovely is that? It's such beautiful quality as well. I'm excited for you to get this home so that you can feel it. Just £19.99. It's 140 by 107 centimetres. And you've got the rows of flowers, you've got the really pretty yellows, the beautiful pinks, and your ditzy prints in blue as well. £19.99. You can see the cushion here, using some of these colours, along with solid colours. Now, can I just say, this isn't what we're making today. These were the leftovers. How amazing is this? Maybe you don't want to do a whole quilt. If you got the design roll as well, just use the design roll on the back. So if you did get the design roll, different ways of using these colours with your solids or with other bits in your stash. I love that pattern. That's really nice. So the Hello Poppet set 2 is £19.99. If you do want both of the fat quarters, plus you also get your metre of white, it's a brilliant, brilliant price of £39.99. So it's like you're getting your fabric for free, isn't it? Like you're getting your metre of fabric for free. It is really good value for money. If you can't decide, definitely get the kit. Now, another brand new panel on Saturday was the Staffordshire mantelpiece, which, as I say, we launched and was extremely, extremely popular. For the first time ever, we have now got the fat quarters. So similarly as before, we've got, let's open them up. You get 2 of your panels, plus you get a metre of fabric. It's the first time we've seen these, first look in, and you're getting the teapot. You got the dogs, you got the cats, you got the floral prints, the little ditzy prints, £39.99. So not only this one, you get this panel as well. It's a lot, isn't it? It is a lot of fabric for less than £40. There's lots of different patterns, of course, that you've probably already got in your stash that are going to call for fat quarters. These are big fat quarters. Oh, so you got the larger scale cats and dogs as well, look. Oh, these are gorgeous. You could applique, you could fussy cut these and applique them. There you go. And then you also get your metre of free fabric, I'm going to call it now. You also get your metre of free fabric, which I can't find for all of these. There we go. Metre of free fabric as well for £39.99. Can't go wrong. Can't go wrong. So, separately, let's go for this one, which is my first, EWUU69. I'll hold it this way around. This is set 2. Set 2 on its own. If you want the larger scale cats and dogs, the beautiful florals, deep purpley blues for just £19.99, 140 by 107. How many times have you sang Who Let the Dogs Out today? There's so many different products as well. That is the most I've heard Who Let the Dogs Out in about 20 years. Okay. The other set 1, I will fold this up in a second, sorry. Brand new today, literally launched today, which is so exciting. The teapots and teacups, florals, your smaller cats and dogs, and then that lovely little ditzy print. £19.99. pence. Come on in and look at that lovely little ditzy print. Isn't it really nice? There you go. On the ditzy print. That's so pretty. Just £19.99. Remember, if you do get the kit, you are saving because you get basically a metre of fabric for free. So absolutely don't wait to check out, as we saw sellouts earlier on the Hello Poppet. So do make the most of it whilst you can. Remember, we're working from that brand new Quilt School book as well, and I will keep reminding you of the different panels options that are available. So let's have a look at what we're making. Hello Sarah, welcome back. How are you?
Very good, thank you. Yeah.
Have you worked with our panels before?
I have, yeah, I love them.
They're great, aren't they?
Yeah.
You get a lot for your money, don't
Yeah.
you?
In fact, it reminded me when you were talking earlier about the fan page yesterday. There was a lady who put a message on, Janet, her name was, and she said that she was going to be dipping her toes into patchwork, so she'd not done it before. And anybody got any recommendations? So I just put, watch tomorrow's show.
Oh,
because if you are new, I don't think you can go wrong using the panels, because they're very easy to work with. Yeah. They just behave themselves, if that makes sense. So yeah, hopefully she's watching, and this is a good book as well for beginners.
Oh, brilliant. Okay, so we're starting with, this is lesson 3 of the book, isn't it?
It is, yeah, yeah. So it's, well, the first thing that struck me is it's a search press book. I mean, you can't go wrong, can you? I do love a search press book. You can always tell by the quality of the photography, how it's laid out. It's, you know, it's just really nice to work from if you are a beginner. But equally, you know, even if you're a more experienced quilter, there's some lovely projects and ideas in here. And again, it's got techniques at the front. And another thing I've started to notice, because I'm sort of reading lots of books now, everybody tends to put techniques pages in, which is good, but everyone's got a different angle on it. So even if you are experienced, or you think, well, I know about pressing, but when you read everybody's take on it, you just learn little things. So I really like to look at the technique part, even if you are experienced. You know, don't just skip through that. And then obviously you've got your projects. And then with all books, you've got templates at the back as well. But also in here, I couldn't help myself, but because you mentioned there's a section on circles.
Nice.
So if you've got the ruler earlier on, then there are about 3 or 4, I think. You've got the drunkard's path cushion.
Oh, so using your ruler, this would be perfect.
Yeah, so if you got that this morning, get this book, and you have got some nice patterns that you can use with your ruler.
Fantastic. So that's the book.
Yeah.
The cushion that you made actually out of your bits that were left over is the same sort of pattern as what we're working on today.
It is.
I do love a bed runner actually. I don't know whether I've seen us do a bed runner before.
Yeah, I know what you mean, and because it just looks so different as well, using in the book they've got quite striking contrasts.
Yeah.
Whereas the Hello Poppet, I mean, it's fantastic patterns, but they are all sort of very blend. So you definitely get a different look if you go for adding different pops of colours and things. And obviously it makes your fabric go further if you can add a little bit of solid to it as well. So so I thought that worked really well.
Brilliant. So where do we start?
Okay, so it's an easy one, so we like that. And coincidentally, it's using 5-inch squares. So
again, you charm packs from
yes,
earlier.
So in fact, before I crack on, anybody who did get them earlier on, this is what I've made. I couldn't help myself. So you can see, but the ditzy little print, it works really well into the little squares. So perfect for using.
Oh, there you go.
So,
I love transferable sort of skills.
Me too. Right, so first of all then, actually before I begin as well, let me just show you what you get left. Because I've made the bed runner. So this is all left, and I've made the cushion. So there's plenty. So I was thinking if you wanted to make a double, or probably even a king size to be fair, because that's a single bed size.
Yeah.
So you could make a bigger bed runner easily with those panels, or you can make the single size and just make cushions and things.
And is it easy to carry that pattern on? You know, some quilt patterns, and sometimes it's hard to sort of upscale or... Yeah,
it's just literally it's a one block. So you can add to it. So as you can see, it's 2 by, I think it's 7. So if you wanted to make yours a little bit deeper, you could easily just add another row, or obviously make it longer as well. And then you can rotate, you can play a bit like with everything. When you've made your blocks, lay them all out and just decide how you want, because your eyes will see different patterns, how the different fabrics work together. So it's really nice one to do.
I do love it. And that Hello Poppet is so pretty.
It is. It just lends itself, doesn't it? It's really... pretty. And on the back of this, obviously I did use the
jelly roll.
The jelly roll, but so you've got the fabric that you can just do a plain back on, but then it makes it reversible.
Oh yeah, good idea.
And I've just done straight line quilting down it because that's all it needs. So yeah, so we'll get cracking.
Brilliant.
Okay, so I'm working with this, I think it's the Ditzy range, but they're all the same. I mean, let me just show you, 'cause this one I've actually cut up just so you can see them as fat quarters.
Because they're big, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're big fat quarters.
So that's one that I've actually cut into, but they're bigger than your average fat quarter. I would say probably, go up, maybe about that extra.
Right.
Against a regular fat quarter that you would expect
more.
to buy, so you get more, which is good. And then not only that, but like we touched on earlier, you get the outline, the white, which we always save, and so I'll talk about that in a bit as well. So we're going to cut some 5-inch squares. So I'm going to get the old Stripology out again, which I've already got here. And literally that is it. It's a 5-inch square. So if you happen to have a charm pack or something lying around, then use that as well, couldn't you? Oh, I think once you've mastered the technique of this 4-patch, you'll just want to make various different designs.
Oh yeah, you use loads of fabrics.
So we're lining up here, unlock, go in. But it's nice, I do like it when you've just got like a simple cutting plan, because it can be a bit off-putting sometimes if you've got to, you know, cut something with 7/8, 7-inch and loads of different measurements. But you can just, you know, sit down and whiz through these. And in the book, it gives you some ideas as to how to arrange them, because each block is made of 2 different fabrics. But to be fair, you're going to be interchanging them anyway. So I would just cut, it's 56 that you need in total, just cut randomly into your fat quarter packs. There we go.
So do you be cutting as you go though? Do you always make up a block?
I do. I mean, when it's something new, definitely. But having said that, because this is so easy, that I think even if you're a beginner, then you can just cut a load of 5-inch blocks. It's fine to do that. Normally, I do tend to, I don't know why, but I do just tend to cut as I go. And I think if you're breaking your projects up into things you're going to do each day as well, I find it easier, because if you cut up all your bits, you've got to put them into bags and label them, haven't you? But definitely this is a weekend project again, which we like.
This is nice fabric that you're using as well. This is the itsy bitsy panel.
Yeah, it's quite similar. I mean, they're all quite, they can be interchangeable. And I'll tell you what I noticed as well with that Hello Poppet is I had some summer copen left out on my desk while I was cutting. And I thought, these colour palettes go well together. So, you know, if you have got any of the other panels, then just have a look, and because they're all the same weight of fabric, then they work really well together. So, there we go. Those are our 5-inch squares. Okay. So, we're going to work with 4 of them. So we'll arrange them like so on our mat, and we're going to sew them together into pairs. So just go over onto the top like so. We're using a 1/4-inch seam, which I will set up now.
What are you changing it to?
Just put it on number 6, which is our 1/4-inch on here, and it's just a regular stitch.
Oh, that's good to know. I never know which one it is. So does that swing your needle across a bit?
Yes, yeah. I think, yeah, it's pretty universal. Although, see, on my machine, I've just got a button, it says 1/4, but...
Yeah.
Let me get my snips, actually, because...
Oh, you get some snips in your freebie bundle.
I was just looking at them. I thought, shall I open
They're
them?
lovely snips, though. They're the Tudor ones.
Is that cheeky? No, they're not. They are unicorn ones, but they're not. They're not Tula, unfortunately.
Lovely.
So we'll press. We'll set our seams in a moment. We'll do them together. We'll do a bit of chain piecing on this as well because it's a nice, easy, I think if you are a beginner, sometimes you hear people talk about chain piecing and you think, ooh.
What's that? Yeah.
And to be fair, you can come unstuck sometimes with chain piecing if you've got to be organised and methodical with how you work. So we've just sewed those. Actually, I didn't put my iron on, so let's give it a minute to heat up. And then we'll generally set the seam. You hear people refer to that quite a bit, don't you? So,
is there a particular way that you need to press your seams? Have we got more points to match?
What I do, I can't remember if it says it in the book, but what I did was press to the side, and then the centre one I pressed in the middle, so the nest. But I'll talk through that as we get to it. But again, people have got their preferences, haven't they? Some people always press to the dark side. Some people always press open. So I think it just depends on your project. So for this one, I'm going to call that my dark. So I shall press. Sorry, this way I'm getting all fingers and thumbs now. So when you're pressing to a side, you press from the top to that side.
So if you want, like you say, to the pink fabric, if your pink fabric is on top, you then fold that back.
Yeah. Whereas if you're pressing your seams open, obviously you press on the other side, don't you? So we'll press.
We love that mini iron. There it is again, $39.99.
Actually, have I got it switched on? I haven't.
Oh no!
I'm just thinking, it's not the best pressing in the world, Sarah. Right, that's fine. We'll catch up. So there, what we're going to do is nest them. So these two are going to be sewn together. So we'll flip those over and put them. Now, if you want to pop a pin in, now is the time to do that, which we will do. You don't have to, because the whole point with the nesting is that it sort of holds itself anyway. But
so this one is sort of matching fabrics together.
Yeah. So we've got, I don't know if you see that there, a nice sort of nested part there. So we'll pop that on. And sew our 1/4 inch. Won't sew over the pin. But I do love the magnetic pin holder.
Oh yeah, they're great, aren't
they? You get all these little gadgets, but sometimes you think they're a bit gimmicky, but you do need them.
Yeah, they're actually really useful, really useful.
And then, so we'll set the seam. Now I've got some heat on my iron. And if you've got your best press, give it a spritz as well. And we'll just press now to a side. So you can see, hopefully, we've got just a stray thread there.
If you're having any trouble finding these on the website, please speak to the customer service team, speak to the team. It's free to call from landline or mobile in the UK, so definitely call them if you're struggling to find any of the kits on the web.
And actually, what I'm going to do is whip to my other one because I've sewn them together wrong.
Oh, okay. So you need them opposite. You don't do right ones together.
I think you've actually said that, didn't you, Vic? And I was like, yeah, no, that's fine. So I have got another one here. So rather than unpick, I can unpick while you're doing some talking.
Yeah.
So we'll just cut.
So you want a 4-patch opposite.
Yes, how easy it is to, even when it's very simple, but it's just when you pick them up wrong, isn't it? But we'll soon catch up, don't worry.
I know sometimes when you're underneath on the website, especially by 11 o'clock, they can be quite far down, can't they? So if you do want the Hello Pop It, you can see your item code is at the top of the screen. Always ring. I mean, it's free to do so. They're there ready to answer your call, so definitely give them a call if you can't find it on the web. Fat Quarters on their own, you can also get them on their own, whether it be set 1 or set 2. You can speak to the team. We will go through them. I know sometimes it's easier to speak to the team and instead of trying to find them.
Okay, right, so there we are. Right, let's get this right now then. So we're going to sew them like that.
With you.
Get the nesting going on again. And off we go. So yeah, see, everybody just makes mistakes.
Oh, absolutely. It's good to do it on telly to realise that actually, no, we all have to use that unpicker, don't we?
Oh yeah, I think it's just reminds us. why it's there. Okay. Okay, and actually, usually I do a bit of a reverse or a locking stitch at the end as well.
Okay.
A quick set of the seam, paper then. Okay, now that looks better. Yeah, I don't know what I did there. Right, so there we are. So if you wanted to, if you're a complete beginner like me, you could absolutely leave it here, and Sarah says that in the book, because you've made a nice 4-patch, and all together that would look pretty. But we're going to take it to the next level. So we are now going to get the rotating cutting mat, and it's just a very simple technique, but if you've got one of these, it just makes it so much easier.
Well, you don't need to move your fabric or move your body. Quite often I see people cutting at real peculiar angles, trying not to cut towards themselves.
Yeah, it can be tricky. So get yourself your ruler, and so what we're going to do is cut 1 1/4 inch in from the seam line here. So I'm going to use my washi tape trick again, because as we've shown, it's very easy to make mistakes on live TV. So what I would do is find your 1 1/4 on your ruler. I don't know if we can see that. So that's my 1, that's 1 1/2, so this is 1 1/4, and I'm just going to put some tape on so that I can find it easily.
Oh, that's good.
The number of times I do end up doing that, because you pick your ruler up the wrong way as well, don't you, sometimes? And
absolutely, that's a really good way of doing it without having to measure each time.
So with that on, she'll have to lean, is that okay in the shot? Yeah. So I will line up here my 1 1/4 inch there. Okay, we see that on that line there. So I'm going to cut here. Obviously, always cutting away from yourself, and then carefully lift it up, because sometimes if you lift it up, it will waft, and because you don't want that fabric to move now. We're just going to rotate the board and do it again. So from the top seam on that 1 1/4 inch, lay it down gently, and you might not have a ruler that's like, you can't see on the TV, so that's good. And again, so you're doing this all the way around, so it's like 4 times. Again, nice sharp blade helps as well, because you don't want to have to be going back in for a second cut if you can help it. And put it on there.
See, that's really helped that with the rotating cutting mat that you haven't had to move any of those pieces.
Yeah. And that's it, done. So now all we're going to do is rotate these rectangular ones, so keeping everything else in place, so we're not touching the corner ones at all.
Oh,
so,
nice.
And that creates your pattern.
Oh, that is such a good technique, isn't it?
So it's really easy, it's really effective.
And it looks like you've pieced each an individual piece, doesn't it?
Yeah. So the next stage is to sew them together. So what I'll do is flip them over, and I'm going to chain piece these. So if I put these on top of each other, then I'll show you how we press them as well to get that nesting. So start off with the top, and again it's just 1/4 inch down here. But if you keep to your method, it should be fine. And if not, you've got your unpicker.
Absolutely.
Now, that one was okay because we didn't have to match anything, but on this one, we've got some nesting going on, so you can probably see it just nests nicely there. So we don't even need a pin on that, but obviously if you want to, pin away.
What are the benefits of chain piecing then?
Well, people say it saves thread. I don't know the amount of thread I have around the house. Yeah. I probably do need to save thread. But also, I think it's speed as well.
You get quite consistent seam layers, don't you?
Yeah, if you're on a roll.
Yeah.
Okay. Then it's just a good technique to do. So that's going to the top. Just remember to put them back in the order that you sewed them, and we'll do a little bit of pressing.
It's actually a nice quick block, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah. So once you've mastered it, then you can definitely use that with different fabrics. And I do think throwing in some solids not only makes your panels go further, but it helps create that pattern a bit better.
Yeah, I
doesn't
do
it?
love it with the pink and the blue and the yellow. It looks really nice. Just going onto the web, having a look at what colours you've got in your panels. That looks great, doesn't it? That looks really, really nice.
So these, what I'm doing is I'm pressing to the sides on the top and the bottom ones. So on the middle one, I'm going to press them into the centre.
Okay.
But to be fair, again, sometimes it can be a little bit confusing, all this, oh, which side do I press? It's not the end of the world. You can manipulate to get what you need to, so don't worry if you are new and getting a bit fingers and thumbs thinking which way am I pressing. Okay, so now we're going to sew this square onto here to complete our rows. So again, I just tend to put them on top of each other like that, so I know what I'm sewing.
Yeah, good idea.
Hopefully won't get mixed up. And off we go again.
Would you chain piece these again?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you were more adventurous, you could probably get a right production line going and just do them all. But so I tend to just work block at a time, and I think anybody who's new should do that as well. But and this gets you into chain piecing, I suppose, as well, doesn't it? It's an easy introduction.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, I mean, you see some of these quilters that have been quilting for years, and they literally get like a washing line of, and then I just think, oh, I would just get confused as to which.
I do too, especially if you've got lots of, I mean, this one's probably a nice one to have a bit of a practice of doing that, because you have just got the one block, haven't you? But still, it's quite small pieces in there that I would think, oh, I'm going to put those back in the wrong place.
Yeah, and then you end up sometimes not saving time because you've got a one pick. Right, so we will set the seam and press to the side again, because we're doing the top and the bottom. So press out that way. And the middle one, we're pressing the seam into the middle.
Right.
So press that.
I suppose having alternate per row, I think we learnt that on Saturday with Debbie's book. If you go alternate, instead of saying, right, row one, press this way, if you just think of it as alternate rows, they always get a nest, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And what I'm going to do is, I don't know if it's in stock, but I don't travel without my best press.
Oh, it's great, isn't it?
Just put a bit, just because there's a lot of seams and little bits of fabric there, so just make that as flat as we can. Okay, so let's go back to that, and then this last one, pressing out again. But yeah, if you get into a bit of a swing, it's quite therapeutic.
Oh, absolutely. Remember, all of your instructions are in the brand new Quilt School book. It's great value for money as well. For £12.99, you get a lot of projects in there, don't you?
I mean, really, that's like the price of a couple of magazines, and you've got loads of projects and tips and techniques. So that's the rows done. So now we're going to sew them together to complete the block. So we've a little bit of seam matching to do here, but again, because we've nested, the word of the day, then you can sort of almost feel them lock into place. But
would you still put a pin?
I'm going to, just because, you know, something's already gone wrong today. So why not?
We got time.
Yeah, I'm going to say, yeah. And again, I said this last time when I did a project, but it is true. When you're making it at home and you're pressing it and you're looking at it in front of you, it's quite easy to get a bit hung up about whether things are precise and, oh, I've missed a corner here and everything. But the reality is when you've finished it and you've quilted it, you really don't ever notice those.
No.
It's a strange one, but I mean, I'm not saying that we shouldn't strive for perfection, but just, you know, be easy on yourself, because sometimes the things that you notice now when it's just one block on there,
absolutely,
you won't notice in the bigger picture.
How many blocks are there in the single bed runner then?
There are 14.
14
So it's
blocks.
2 rows and there's 17. So yeah, that will do a nice single bed.
What about 15 minutes with you?
All right, okay. Set the seam there. And then what I was doing on here is pressing open at this stage, just because we have got so many seams in there. Look, it's like spaghetti junction. So I find just pressing open at this stage gives me a flatter finish, but obviously you can press how you like at that stage.
I don't think I've ever heard a northerner say like spaghetti junction. That's a Brummy thing.
I know. Oh, well, I'm from the Midlands originally.
Oh, right. Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Leicestershire, so that's why, yes, I've seen spaghetti junction on numerous occasions. So that's half, and then we'll just give another little spritz to see there. Okay, make sure, yeah, I need you to tell me, Vix, if I'm going wrong. And then again, I mean, to be fair, the nesting should tell you if you're going astray, because if you know it doesn't nest, you know somewhere along the line you've picked something up the wrong way.
Oh, thank you so much for speaking to the team, by the way. A lot of people who are looking for the quilt bundles, definitely make the most of them. Speak to the team if you want help. They're literally down the road from us. We're based here in Redditch. It's literally half a mile down the road from us, our customer service team, and they're so lovely. So definitely give them a call. It's free to call anywhere, UK landline or mobile. The Hello Poppet bundle comes, remember, with 8 fat quarters, 2 pre-printed panels. I should lay these out nicely for you, really. You get 4 on each panel, so 8 panels, 8 fat quarters in total, plus you then also get a metre of white, which is basically like a metre of white for free. So it's brilliant value for money. 2 of your fat quarter panels plus your metre of fabric, $39.99. Item code is AFXC09. So as I say, speak to the team for that one.
Okay, that's the last one done. So there you can see, so let's give it another quick spritz, that's your block finished.
Amazing. I mean, that is really, really, it looks a lot more complex than it is.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
It looks like you've done a lot of piecing on that, whereas actually the only cutting that you do, like you say, is those initial 5-inch squares and then just moving your ruler. Amazing.
Yeah. And what I like about it as well is because these are decent sizes, it showcases your fabrics, because you know sometimes when you've cut things up so much you lose the pattern and it can be a bit of a shame, but obviously you've got tiny bits here, but it does sort of show your pattern, your fabric off. So I have one I'd prepared earlier as well, so shall I show you how they go together? And then we can do, and then that will nearly be half, just under half, won't it? So once you've made them all, as I say, before you actually do sew them together, just have a play with them and decide how you're going to arrange them to get to the pattern that you want to. So what we'd do then is sew 2 together and then sew them onto the strip. So again, at this stage, some of your nesting may need a little bit of persuading which way it wants to go, because it depends how you've picked them up. It's a tiny pin, isn't it? There?
Oh, we've got a whole array of different
I was just looking at, when I came about a month ago, they were all clover flower ones, and now it's like
we've just moved house, haven't we? We have got a lot of things everywhere at the moment.
Yeah,
I'd like to, keep the illusion that everything's really lovely and organised here, but we are literally like, we've just moved house and we've still got a lot of organising to do.
Well, it's all very nice and it's lovely to have the space.
Exactly. I think it was really, we were so excited about just getting in. Do you know, sometimes if you move home or anything and you think, right, I just want to get in, I don't care, we'll sort it all out when you're in. We were just so desperate to get on air here that we thought, right, we'll sort everything else after.
Yeah. No, it's all good stuff.
Although we will make sure that you are able to get in. It's very secure here, isn't it? When poor Sarah was outside 10 minutes, like, I've been trying to find, looking around, there's all the different cameras, security cameras, and I'm sure someone will see me.
I was like looking up at the cameras thinking, somebody's going to pick up on this in a minute, and then I was like, help. And then I think I gave Hayley an alarm call.
Oh no.
No, she was fine, bless her. I shall know for next time. Okay. So again, here you can press to the side or open. Let's see what I did here. I went open, so we'll go open again.
Got about 10 minutes, Sarah.
Okay. Okay. But yeah, these fabrics are just lovely to work with.
They behave themselves like you say.
They
don't
do, yeah. And I think if you're new and to cutting and things like that as well, then it helps to have that. Okay. So literally, you would just go on and make as many as you want, and then it's as simple as sewing. Go around that way. Then you just do the same again this way.
It is actually a really quick
it's
project.
almost like, oh, it's that easy, but it is. And obviously at this stage, or just before I do that, I'll show you, that's where I stopped for the cushion.
Right, okay.
But you can see, because on here I've got different fabrics, it probably looks different. Like that cushion looks quite stark, doesn't it? Well, because I use the bolds, I suppose, but you can play around and create different things. When I was watching you on the show from the green room, I was looking at this thinking, wow, it looks totally different on TV from a distance to what it does up close, again, because it's the illusion of the pattern. So.
Oh, absolutely. It would be really interesting, like you shown with the Lewis and Irene as well, just playing around with different fabrics, how different it's going to look.
Yeah, yeah.
Nice.
Okay, so, what did we say, that one there? So yeah, literally just sew them on. But yeah, definitely a weekend project.
Which is nice, isn't it, for a gift idea for somebody or freshening up the bedroom? Yes.
Because I was thinking that I know people do make quilts for Christmas presents, but they are quite time consuming. Whereas you could commit to making some bed runners, and that's a really nice homemade gift.
Absolutely.
And also from a quilting point of view, I'm still sort of experimenting with quilting on my machine. So I tend to stick to either a straight line method of quilting, which looks effective, or just a meander with my free motion foot. But I think the size of this is quite good because you're not wrestling with loads of so if you've got a small machine that throat space like this, it's perfect. But even if you've got one of the bigger machines, like the spaceship that we sell here, I don't know what it's called.
Any of the Dukies or the big ones, absolutely. It's going to be a breeze to cut, isn't it?
Yeah.
Especially with this machine today, you get your extension table included as well, which is normally an additional cost, can be quite a costly expense. So you do get the extension table. When you're quilting a project like this, that's going to be really, really useful and helpful, isn't it?
That's a good point, actually, because I just leave my extension table on at home. So whenever I come here, I always feel like, oh, apart from standing up sewing, which is a bit weird, but then I think, oh, this machine feels a bit different, and it's because I haven't got my extension table, and you just get used to it, don't you?
Right.
So, here we go. But yeah, so there's a few to pin and line up, so I would take the time to do that. And then just take them out as we approach.
That's the good thing about the magnetic, isn't it? Literally chuck them in.
Yeah.
And they will catch.
About there, that's it. Go. But yeah, and I was watching on, was it Saturday when you had Sally Ann on and you were doing, because obviously the Bargello pillow.
That was lovely, wasn't it?
Yeah, goes really well. So if you didn't want to use the same pattern, then the Bargello effect is really good.
Oh, absolutely. I think these kits, that sort of goes all bases today with the Tula that we started with, we had in our roundup show, the Lewis and Irene kits. Because we started saying, look, the book's separate. I know a lot of people who are thinking, right, of different projects and different fabrics they've got in mind. It's really nice to be able to say, actually, what project do you want to do? I know a lot of people who have got maybe Debbie Shaw's Half Yard book or any of the Wendy Gardner Fat Quarter books or the Quilting Sewing Secrets from earlier on, the Bargellos. You can still do it with your Fat Quarters, can't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
The strips, the size strips that are required.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you can just play and have fun. In fact, I was thinking, so you could sew your 2.5 inch strips and then use that, because then you'd get an even more defined pattern, wouldn't you? Because you'd have you mixed it up. But yeah, I just think it's a nice little technique to learn. But say if you want to just keep it as a 4-patch, then fine. But it's not much more effort just to do that 1/4 inch cut, which is all it is, isn't it?
Looks really effective.
And then you'll impress people because they'll think, oh, gosh, have you done that? And there we go.
That looks beautiful, doesn't it?
Yeah, so it's
that
nice.
looks really, really beautiful. And I suppose using these fat quarter panels, you know that even if you go completely random, they're all going to coordinate really nicely, aren't they?
Yeah, yes,
Not
they
one
do.
sort of outshines the other.
Yeah, no, they work really well. So I'll just show you what I did with the binding.
So the panels, they come with a lot of white around the edge.
Yeah.
Which, we always say, don't throw that away, that's useful for your stash, but I've never seen somebody use it for their binding.
Yeah, so literally, so obviously I've had quite a few panels, so I usually just keep them to one side, and you've got different widths on them. I think on some of them, you've got maybe a 2-inch, but then there's one side of it, how it falls, it's always like a bigger, a wider one. So what I managed to do was cut plenty of those and then just sew them together. Again, the same method that I did this morning, just a 1/4 inch seam, so I didn't do a bias or anything because I knew it was just going to go straight edged on here. And then so cut it to 2.5 inches, folded it in half, and there is my double binding. So it's the same quality as the as the rest of the bed runner, and it's ready to go. So literally, and I've got this left, so you could definitely quilt your whole bed runner out of the white on there.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially as you've got 2 panels here, haven't you?
Yeah,
You've got 8 buckles, so you get plenty of white.
Or it might look nice too, because it's quite a busy pattern, or you could maybe use some of the blue and do a scrappy with it maybe.
Like you did earlier on. Very nice indeed.
Yeah.
Anything else that you wanted to mention? We've literally got a couple more minutes.
Okay. No, I think pretty much that was. Oh, I brought. Did I mention earlier? I did, didn't I, about the coping? So I've just had these.
Oh yes, you mentioned about coping. It does go really
So
nicely together.
Yeah, the tone in.
Oh,
so
perfect.
I think if you've got any of your other panels, by all means, just get them all out and have a play and see how you can mix and match them in.
Oh, good idea. Thanks for bringing that in as well. I mean, they are beautiful, beautiful blocks, and I think a lot of people are going to have lots of fun with the book and the panels. So much opportunity. So thank you so much. When are you back in, Sarah?
I think it's the 9th of October.
Are you going to come in with your embellisher?
Oh, that's an idea, isn't it? Yeah.
We'd love to. We'd love to see. What have you been? Have you had a bit of a play with it?
And in fact, the family, they can hear when I'm on it because it like chugs a bit, doesn't it?
Does it? I've not seen it yet. I still haven't seen it.
Yeah, it's good fun. The problem is, it's so addictive. Once you get on it, you just don't want to get off. So, but maybe. Yeah,
come in and do a demo. I have to speak to the team. Thank you so much. We love having you here. We'll see you in a couple of weeks. Thank you. Okay, so the book was brand new today. This is your quilt school. It says, become a star pupil at the quilt school with this book. You've got lots of great quilt ideas, all using different size cuts. So whether you're working from full 1/2 meters, whether you're working from squares or triangles, smaller pre-cuts, whether you're working from jelly rolls or fat quarters, you're going to be able to learn a lot from this book. It's £12.99, and as Sarah said, whether you be a beginner or a seasoned pro at quilting, it's always good to have a good read of the techniques at the start, because everybody does things slightly differently, and there's not really a right or a wrong. It's just finding your way of finding what you find helpful and what you find most effective. So it goes through different tools, different products that you might find, maybe you think, oh, are they a bit of a gadget to start with, and actually you find extremely, extremely useful. Other tools in Sarah's sewing box, different pre-cuts and how to choose fabrics, choosing contrasting colours and threads, waddings or battings, and why you would use certain battings, different techniques, different cutting techniques. Look, they've even got the Viscose pivoting rotary cutter in there. Sewing accurately, hand sewing, machine sewing, the difference between the two, pressing, a whole section on pressing as well, which I know Sarah said have a bit of a read through that one as well. Even if you think, right, I know how to press, read different techniques in the start of the book. Cutting squares, And then you go into all of your lessons. So lesson 1 is squares. We're working with squares. So even when you're looking at basic sort of tote bags, shopping bags, they could be relatively simple, and this is something that you'll be able to do really quickly and easily. But being able to use those different fabrics and also different techniques, doing it in patchwork, I think, and scrappy handles are lovely techniques to learn that instantly look more advanced, using some of your favourite fabrics maybe. Table runner. Different table runners. The French braid table runner is really nice. That's cool. I think we're going to be making a lot from this book, do you? That's the one that we're looking at today, which is lesson 3. You've got your 9 patch blocks. You've got snowball pillowcase, which looks beautiful. You've got loads of different projects using triangles and half square triangles. You've then also got in here flying geese units. Different bag projects as well. It isn't just all quilts. There's quilted bags, placemats, circles. We all get a bit scared of circles. So throughout the book, you're also going to conquer your fear of curves. Drunkard's Path, templates, which are to scale. It's great, isn't it? Well, Paul said he's scared of hurdles, but he's going to get over them. He's going to get over them. And all your templates at the back. Scraps, how to use your scraps, machine quilting, hand quilting, different ways of echo quilting or straight quilting. Brilliant. Binding, I like that one, yeah. Labelling your quilt, how to label it. Afterwards, what to do with it. So there's so many fantastic instructions there. It's only £12.99, which is brilliant value, isn't it? That's available on the web or with the customer service team. If you're speaking to the team about any of the kits, definitely add that to your order. So the Hello Poppet bundles, which are your 2 fat quarter panels. So you have this one. They are so pretty. The jelly rolls completely sold out earlier on. These are extremely popular, and look at all of those beautiful colours. Fresh springtime colours, aren't they? Lovely. £39.99. Remember, you're getting big fat quarters, plus you've got your fabric around the end, which is going to work well for your binding, as Sarah suggested. And you can see those lovely colours. You also get, that's set 1, but you also get set 2 in your kit. So all 4 fat quarters with the ditzy prints, different scale prints. But as Sarah said at the start, actually, do you know what the great thing is you've got smaller pieces and large pieces, but you never lose the print. You're always going to see the beautiful fabrics and the beautiful prints. You're also going to get in the kit basically a free metre of white fabric as well, a free metre of white. So definitely make the most of it if you can't choose which one to go for. So individually, this is number 2. This is set 2. If you do want it individually, I know a lot of people have got different projects in mind. If you need 4 fat quarters, remember these are big fat quarters. Sarah was saying you probably get about this much extra on your fat quarter, which is a lot, isn't it? Remember, they're genuine. They are generally half a metre cut into 2. They are. So generally, you're looking at 112 wide with your quilting weight fabric, whereas this is 140 wide. So you've got a lot more fabric here. £19.99. Our panel prices are always brilliant. And remember, they're exclusive to us. Exclusive. And then number 1, set 1 is this one, which again, you will see the graphics for here. Speak to the customer service team or ask them for set 1 of Hello Poppet. So pretty, aren't they? Lovely colours. Your pinks, your yellows, your violety blues. All those lovely floral prints. £19.99. We also have the Staffordshire, what's it called? Mantelpiece. The kit itself has 2 panels, again, 2 panels. Your dogs, your cats, these are the larger scale ones. Your ditzy prints, your larger bouquets. It's gorgeous. So £39.99, all 4 fat quarters. They've got the lines between as well, so you can really quickly and easily trim them up, cut them in. You've got that full size. You also get the one with the teapots. How lovely is this? So you get the teapots. you also get the smaller scale, and I say smaller scale, see just slightly smaller scale dogs and cats. Plus, in here, you've also got, let's do the reveal. There you go. So you also have your fat quarter of each of those prints. Plus, this time, a metre of, I believe, ivory or vanilla. A metre. For free, basically. For free. So, set one on its own is this one. There's set one on its own. Speak to the customer service team if you're struggling to find it on the web. £19.99. Sorry, I know it's upside down. Oh yeah, fab, thank you. No longer upside down. £19.99. That's set one. Set two is this one. With your big bouquets, your smaller ditzy print, your larger cats and dogs, and your small roses. And remember, this one again is your Staffordshire mantelpiece. That one's called set two. But the value for money on getting the kit where you get both of those panels, plus you get your metre of fabric as well, is fantastic. It's brilliant value for money. It actually means that you're getting your solid fabric for free. So it's worth making the most of that. So they're the kits. They come from the book. We saw, some great inspiration today. I loved the kits earlier on with Sarah as well. They are beautiful. Earlier on today, we talked about the most brilliant saving. Well, I say saving, we'll talk about the machine bundle in just a moment. Tomorrow's show, myself, Kat and Paul are going to be with you with gorgeous Delphine, and she's got a quilting project for you. And then, in fact, let me go through in order. It will make a bit more sense. So 8 o'clock, we've got quilting books and tools coming up. 9 o'clock, we've got the spin wheel quilt with Delphine. At 10 o'clock, we've got fabulous fabrics. 11, back in stock. Can you believe it? The Highland Cow, the unicorn cushion. The amount of people I need to ring to tell them that that show is on. There are so many people from our sister channel Jewellery Maker who spotted them in our old, where we used to keep all of our samples in our old studio. The amount of people who said, when have you got that back on? And I've said, it's sold out ages ago. My mum wants it. There's loads of people I need to ring to let them know it's on tomorrow at 11. Plus then we'll be repeating, of course, today's 8 o'clock show. So tomorrow is going to be a corker as always. Do make sure you join me from 8 o'clock for the early bird. And just a quick reminder, have a bit of a think about it. I understand that it's a considered purchase at £499, but if you were thinking of taking that next step, if you were thinking of upgrading to a computerised machine, or whether you're thinking, right, do you know what, I want a smaller machine now, I don't have a dedicated sewing space anymore, I'm downsizing, or I want a second machine, then this is brilliant. It's from Elna. It's the E550 sewing machine. Have a bit of a read into it. We've been talking about it all day, and today we've bundled it with some freebies. You've got the wreath panel, you've got the design, British design roll panel, you've also got the handmade touch, you've got your Janome snips, and you've got extra bobbins thrown in for free, as well as all of the extras that you get as standard, like your extension table, like all of your feet and accessories. There is a lot that you get, plus a 2-year warranty free, direct from Elna. So it's the only machine that we currently stock under £500. We are very, very proud of the quality of it. You'll see most of our guest designers using this machine every single day, and it will give you the results that you want across the board, whether you be quilting, dressmaking, or any of your projects. You're going to absolutely love it. So have a serious think about it. Oh yes, come and bring it me. So thank you, Elliot. So tomorrow, look what's back. We are so excited about this. For anybody who's saying, what on earth is she on about? The Highland Cow? What do you mean? This cushion has caused chaos. We have had people missing out left, right and centre on the Highland Cow cushion. This is Delphine Brooks' design. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's so cool. I want this. I'm going to get that tomorrow. Remember, 8 a.m. It will be there on the website. We're going to be launching it. We're going to be bringing the kit back at 11, but grab it before if I were you. Thanks so much for your company today. Thanks to gorgeous Sarah as well, and we will see you again bright and early for more madness at 8 o'clock. See you then.